Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight. Chapter 1. The Streets of Zaun. In the depths beneath Piltover's gleaming spires, where the air hangs thick with chemical fog and innovation born of necessity, a different kind of genius was taking shape. Tonight, as we settle into the quiet comfort of contemplation, let us descend into the undercity of Zaun, where a young boy's curiosity would one day reshape the very fabric of time itself. Picture, if you will, the winding streets of the Grey, where buildings lean against each other like old friends sharing secrets in the perpetual twilight. Here, beneath layers of metal grating and forgotten architecture, children learn to be clever before they learn to be kind, and survival often depends on seeing opportunities where others see only obstacles. It was into this world of shadows and ingenuity that Ekko was born, a child destined to view time not as a river flowing in one direction, but as an ocean of possibilities waiting to be explored. From his earliest memories, Ekko possessed an insatiable hunger for understanding how things worked. While other children in the entresols might content themselves with games of chance or petty mischief, young Ekko could often be found hunched over discarded machinery, his small fingers tracing the intricate pathways of broken devices with the reverence of a scholar examining ancient texts. There was something almost mystical in the way he approached these mechanical puzzles, as though he could sense the stories hidden within gears and circuits, the dreams of their creators echoing through corroded metal and frayed wires. His parents, hard-working citizens of Zaun, who had learned to find dignity in whatever honest labor they could secure, watched their son's unusual fascination with a mixture of pride and concern. They recognized his exceptional mind, the way he could visualize complex systems and identify solutions that eluded others far older and more experienced. Yet they also understood the dangers that such gifts might bring in a place where standing out too much could attract the wrong kind of attention from the Kembarans who ruled the Undercity's darker corners. The neighborhood where Ekko spent his formative years was a testament to Zaun's peculiar brand of resilience. Families had carved out small havens of warmth and community within the industrial maze, creating pockets of genuine care amid the harsh realities of undercity life. Children played in the shadow of massive pipes that carried unknown chemicals from the factories above, their laughter echoing off walls stained with years of alchemical runoff. It was a world where beauty had to be created rather than simply appreciated, where every small kindness carried extra weight because it existed despite the circumstances rather than because of them. Ekko's natural intelligence manifested early in his ability to see patterns where others saw chaos. He could predict which routes through the Grey would be safest at different times of day, understanding the rhythms of the various gangs and merchants who controlled different territories. He learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when the air quality was particularly poor, when the chemical fog rolling down from Piltover's workshops would be thick enough to make breathing difficult for the elderly and sick. These skills, born of necessity and sharpened by observation, would later prove invaluable when his abilities expanded beyond the merely mechanical into realms that defied conventional understanding. The Undercity had its own particular soundtrack, a symphony of industrial noise that became as familiar to Ekko as a lullaby. The distant hammering of workshops, the hiss of steam vents releasing pressure, the occasional explosion from some ill-conceived alchemical experiment. These sounds created a rhythm that spoke of constant activity, of a community that never truly slept because sleep was a luxury many could not afford. Yet within this harsh chorus, Ekko learned to distinguish the subtler notes, the whispered conversations of merchants negotiating deals, the coded signals used by runners carrying messages between different levels of the city, the particular groan that metal made just before it was about to fail under stress. As he grew older, Ekko's reputation as someone who could fix the unfixable began to spread through his neighborhood. Families would bring him broken appliances, damaged tools, even toys that had been treasured until they stopped working. There was something almost magical in watching him work. The way his hands seemed to know exactly where to apply pressure, which components needed to be coaxed back into alignment, and which parts had served their purpose and needed to be replaced with creative alternatives, fashioned from scavenged materials. But perhaps more remarkable than his technical skills was Ekko's ability to see potential in the discarded and forgotten. Where others might see only junk cluttering the lower levels of Zaun, he recognized components waiting to be reborn into something entirely new. A broken chronometer became the foundation for a device that could measure air pressure changes. Damaged hex crystals, too fractured to power the grand inventions of Piltover's workshops, could still hold enough energy to illuminate a small workspace or power a simple communication device. The social dynamics of Zaun taught Ekko lessons that no formal education could provide. He learned to navigate the complex web of loyalties and rivalries that defined life in the Undercity, understanding when to offer help and when to remain invisible, when to speak up against injustice, and when discretion truly was the better part of valor. These experiences shaped his character in profound ways, instilling in him a deep sense of responsibility toward those who had less power, less protection, fewer options for changing their circumstances. The Grey itself became Ekko's first classroom in temporal thinking, though he wouldn't understand this until much later. The Undercity existed in a strange relationship with time, where progress moved at a different pace than in Piltover above. Innovations that might transform the upper city overnight could take years to filter down to the depths, while some technologies that had been abandoned as obsolete in the bright workshops continued to serve essential functions in the shadows below. This temporal displacement, this sense of living slightly out of phase with the rest of the world, created an environment where thinking differently about causality and sequence felt natural. Young Ekko's mind was like a workshop where every experience became raw material for future innovations. He observed how small changes in one part of a system could create cascading effects throughout the whole, how timing could be just as important as technique when attempting to repair something delicate. He noticed that people, like machines, had their own internal rhythms and patterns, their own optimal moments for approach and influence. The community that raised Ekko was held together by bonds forged in shared struggle and mutual dependence. Neighbors looked out for each other's children, sharing resources when times were particularly hard, celebrating small victories as though they were great triumphs. It was within this network of care and support that Ekko first learned the weight of responsibility that comes with exceptional ability. When you can do things others cannot, when you can see solutions others miss, you become someone people depend on, someone whose choices affect not just your own future, but the futures of everyone around you. The Chembarons, who controlled much of Zaun's economy, were distant figures in Ekko's early life, powerful but not immediately threatening to a clever child who knew how to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Yet their influence was everywhere, in the quality of the air, the safety of the water, the opportunities available to families trying to build better lives for their children. Even as a young boy, Ekko could see the ways in which power concentrated in the hands of a few shaped the possibilities available to everyone else. As our exploration of Ekko's earliest years draws to a close, we can see the foundation being laid for everything that would follow. In the workshops where he learned to see beauty in broken things, in the streets where he discovered that intelligence without wisdom could be dangerous, in the community that taught him the value of protecting those who cannot protect themselves, the seeds of his future greatness were quietly taking root. The boy who would one day fracture time itself was learning his first lessons in the art of seeing beyond the immediate moment, of understanding how past actions create present circumstances, and how present choices shape future possibilities. In the depths of Zaun, surrounded by the constant reminder that innovation born of necessity could transform even the most challenging circumstances, Ekko was developing the perspective that would make him unique among the champions of Runeterra. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you might wonder what gifts lie hidden in the circumstances we're born into, waiting for the right moment and the right perspective to reveal their true potential. Chapter 2: The Firelight Gang. In the gentle glow of memory, where childhood friendships shine like luminous insects against the darkness of time, we find one of the most bittersweet chapters in Ekko's story. Tonight, let us explore the formation of bonds that would define a young boy's understanding of loyalty, trust, and the heartbreaking reality that sometimes the people we love most are the ones we lose in ways we never expected. Picture the hidden spaces of Zaun, where children carved out their own kingdoms, away from the watchful eyes of adults who carried too many worries to appreciate the simple magic of imagination unleashed. In these forgotten corners, beneath rusted catwalks and behind walls of stacked shipping containers, Ekko found his tribe, a collection of young souls who, like him, possessed that particular combination of cleverness and restlessness that marks those destined for either greatness or trouble, and sometimes both. The group that would become known as the Firelight Gang began not with grand aspirations or organized rebellion, but with the simple desire of children to create something that belonged entirely to them. It was Ekko who first discovered the abandoned workshop that would become their secret headquarters, a space where broken dreams from Piltover's golden age had been discarded like yesterday's newspaper. The workshop still contained workbenches and tools, though many were damaged or incomplete, waiting for young hands with unlimited imagination to give them new purpose. Among these friends, there was Powder, sweet, eager Powder, whose blue hair caught the filtered light like captured sky, and whose desire to prove herself often outpaced her ability to think through consequences. She looked up to Ekko with the kind of admiration that was both flattering and frightening, seeing in his mechanical genius a doorway to possibilities she couldn't quite articulate, but desperately wanted to explore. There was something fragile about Powder, a sense that she was always trying to be braver than she felt, stronger than she was, more useful than circumstances allowed her to be. Then there was Milo, whose quick wit and sharp tongue masked a deep insecurity about his place in their little family. He could make them all laugh until their sides hurt, but beneath the humor lay a constant need for validation, a fear that if he wasn't entertaining, if he wasn't useful, he might find himself alone again. Milo's jokes often carried edges that cut deeper than intended, particularly when directed at Powder, whose eagerness to help sometimes resulted in complications that required careful management. Clagger represented the steady heart of their group, the one who could be counted on to remain calm when adventures went sideways, as they frequently did. His strength wasn't just physical, though his broad shoulders could carry burdens that would challenge grown men. Clagger possessed an emotional stability that served as an anchor for the others, a presence that suggested safety and reliability in a world where such qualities were rare and precious. Their leader, though none of them would have used such formal language, was violet-haired and fierce-hearted, whose protective instincts ran as deep as underground rivers. She had appointed herself guardian of their little band, taking responsibility for their safety with the seriousness of someone much older than her years. There was something both inspiring and tragic about Vi's determination to shield her friends from the harsh realities of their world, as though her will alone could create a bubble of innocence around them. The workshop became more than just a meeting place. It evolved into a laboratory of friendship where they experimented with trust, creativity, and the delicate art of belonging to something larger than themselves. Ekko would spread his salvaged components across the workbenches, explaining the function of each piece with the patience of a born teacher, while the others contributed their own unique perspectives and skills to whatever project had captured their collective imagination. These projects were rarely practical in any conventional sense. They built machines that served no purpose other than the joy of building them, contraptions that produced elaborate light shows, or generated curious sounds, devices that existed purely because young minds believed they should exist. There was magic in these collaborative efforts, a sense that together they could bring any dream into reality if they just worked hard enough and believed strongly enough. The gang's adventures beyond the workshop taught them lessons that no formal education could provide. They learned to navigate the complex social geography of their neighborhood, understanding which territories belonged to which groups, which adults could be trusted and which should be avoided, which opportunities were worth the risks, and which were foolish gambles disguised as fun. These expeditions into the wider world of Zaun strengthened their bonds, while teaching them the value of having people you could count on when circumstances turned dangerous. Ekko found himself naturally falling into the role of the problem solver, the one who could see solutions when others saw only obstacles. When their adventures required navigating security systems, bypassing locked doors, or figuring out how to power some device they'd discovered, he was the one they turned to with absolute confidence that he would find a way. This trust was both exhilarating and sobering, teaching him early that intelligence came with responsibility, that having answers meant being expected to provide them. The afternoons they spent together seemed to exist outside normal time, stretching endlessly in the way that only childhood moments can. They would lose themselves in elaborate games that blended reality with fantasy, where the workshop became anything they needed it to be: a fortress under siege, a laboratory for mad scientists, a headquarters for heroes planning to save the world. In these imaginative spaces, they were free to be anyone they chose to be, unburdened by the limitations and expectations that the adult world tried to impose upon them. But perhaps the most precious gift their friendship offered was the simple experience of being understood. Each member of the group carried their own particular wounds, their own fears and insecurities, shaped by circumstances beyond their control. Yet within their little circle, these vulnerabilities became sources of strength rather than weakness. Powder's eagerness was channeled into useful enthusiasm. Milo's need for attention found healthy outlets in their shared adventures. Clagger's steady nature provided stability for the more impulsive members. Vile's protective instincts had worthy objects to defend. The nickname Firelight Gang emerged from one of Ekko's inventions, a device that could capture and manipulate bioluminescent properties of certain insects found in Zaun's deeper levels. The soft, green glow produced by these creatures became their signature, a gentle light that marked their presence without announcing it to those who might not appreciate their activities. There was something poetic about choosing illumination as their symbol. These children who brought brightness to each other's lives in a place where genuine warmth could be difficult to find. Their small rebellions against the established order were born more from curiosity than malice. They would sneak into restricted areas not to cause damage but to explore, to understand, to satisfy their collective hunger for knowledge about how their world actually worked. When they borrowed materials for their projects, it was with the optimistic assumption that surely no one would miss a few spare parts when they were being used for such obviously important purposes as advancing the boundaries of childhood engineering. The adults in their lives viewed the gang with varying degrees of affection and concern. Some recognized the genuine care the children showed for each other and appreciated the way their friendship kept them occupied with relatively harmless mischief. Others worried about the potential for their intelligence and creativity to attract the wrong kind of attention, knowing that children who stood out too much in Zaun sometimes found themselves recruited by forces that would not necessarily have their best interests at heart. As the seasons passed, the workshop became filled with the accumulated artifacts of their shared adventures. Half-finished inventions occupied every available surface, testaments to projects that had captured their imagination for days or weeks before giving way to newer, more exciting possibilities. Maps of Zaun's hidden passages covered the walls, marked with symbols that indicated safe routes, interesting discoveries, and places to avoid at certain times. It was a museum of friendship, each object holding memories of laughter, collaboration, and the particular joy that comes from creating something together. The games they played often involved elaborate scenarios where they were heroes rescuing citizens from various threats, inventors solving problems that baffled the greatest minds of Piltover, or explorers discovering new realms hidden within the familiar geography of their neighborhood. These fantasies were more than simple entertainment. They were rehearsals for the future, practice sessions where they could experiment with different versions of themselves and explore what it might mean to have real power to change their circumstances. Ekko treasured these friendships with the intensity that only childhood can provide, when relationships feel like they will last forever, and the idea that friends might grow apart or change in fundamental ways seems impossible. He couldn't imagine a future where their little group wouldn't be together, couldn't conceive of circumstances that might force them to choose between loyalty to each other and loyalty to larger principles or different visions of what their world should become. The workshop's gentle hum of activity, the sound of friends working together toward shared goals, created a rhythm that seemed to slow time itself. In these moments, surrounded by the warmth of acceptance and the excitement of possibility, Ekko experienced a kind of temporal peace that he would later spend his life trying to recapture. It was here, among these friendships that felt as solid and reliable as the mechanisms he loved to build, that he first understood what it meant to want to preserve a moment forever. As we reflect on this golden period in Ekko's young life, we can see the seeds of both his greatest strengths and his most profound sorrows being planted in the fertile soil of friendship. The bonds formed in that hidden workshop would shape his understanding of loyalty, responsibility, and the heartbreaking truth that sometimes love means letting go, even when every instinct screams to hold on tighter. As you settle into the quiet comfort of night, perhaps you might consider what makes the friendships of youth so precious, and how do we honor those bonds even when life carries us in directions we never expected to travel. Chapter 3. The Discovery. In the quiet spaces between heartbeats, where possibility hangs suspended like morning mist, there exist moments that divide a life into before and after. Tonight, as we venture deeper into Ekko's extraordinary journey, let us explore the discovery that would transform a gifted young inventor into something far more profound, a being capable of touching the very fabric of time itself. The discovery began, as many great revelations do, with curiosity pursuing what others had dismissed as worthless. In the deeper recesses of Zaun's industrial maze, where the city's forgotten dreams accumulated like sediment at the bottom of a river, Ekko had learned to recognize the telltale signs of discarded Hextech experiments. These were the failures cast down from Piltover's gleaming workshops, innovations that hadn't quite achieved their intended purpose, and so were deemed unworthy of the Golden City's attention. Most scavengers who worked these depths focused on the obvious treasures: intact power cores, undamaged casing materials, components that could be easily repurposed for simpler applications. But Ekko's eye was drawn to the broken crystals, the fragments that pulsed with erratic energy patterns, the pieces that seemed to contain whispers of possibilities that their original creators had never intended to explore. There was something about these damaged gems that spoke to his understanding of how systems could be rebuilt, reimagined, given new purpose through creative application of principles that existed just beyond conventional thinking. The particular crystal that would change everything appeared unremarkable at first glance, a fractured Hextech fragment no larger than his thumb, its blue-white glow flickering irregularly like a candle struggling against the wind. Most would have seen only a broken power source, useful perhaps for simple illumination, but lacking the stability required for serious applications. Yet, as Ekko held the crystal in his workshop, examining it under the magnifying lens he'd constructed from salvaged optical equipment, he noticed something that made his pulse quicken with recognition. The energy patterns within the crystal weren't random, as they initially appeared. They followed a complex rhythm, a temporal signature that seemed to fold back on itself in ways that defied the linear progression he'd always assumed was fundamental to how energy moved through space. It was as though the crystal existed in multiple moments simultaneously, its glow representing not just present illumination, but echoes of light from moments that had already passed, and previews of illumination yet to come. Working alone in his workshop during the deep hours when even Zaun's restless energy settled into something resembling sleep, Ekko began the delicate process of understanding what he'd found. He constructed measurement devices from components scavenged throughout the Undercity, instruments that could detect the subtle variations in the crystal's energy output, mapping the patterns that conventional hex-tech theory suggested should not exist. The breakthrough came during one of those liminal hours just before dawn, when the boundary between night and day creates a space where transformation feels possible. Ekko had been experimenting with different resonance frequencies, using a device of his own construction to encourage the crystal to stabilize its energy patterns. As he adjusted the harmonic settings, seeking the precise combination that might coax the fragment into more predictable behavior, something extraordinary occurred. For just a moment, so brief that he almost convinced himself he'd imagined it, the world seemed to stutter. The gentle hum of his workshop's ambient machinery skipped like a recording with a damaged section, and Ekko felt a sensation he would later describe as being pulled backward through his own shadow. When reality reasserted itself, he found himself standing exactly where he'd been moments before, but the crystal in his hand now pulsed with steady, purposeful light. The implications hit him with the force of revelation. Somehow, the damaged crystal had briefly reversed the flow of time around itself, creating a small pocket of temporal displacement that had carried him backward through a few precious seconds of experience. It should have been impossible according to everything he understood about how magic and technology interacted, yet the evidence was undeniable and terrifying in its potential. Over the following weeks, Ekko threw himself into understanding this phenomenon with the single-minded intensity that had always characterized his approach to mechanical puzzles. He learned to reproduce the effect with increasing reliability, discovering that the crystal responded to specific combinations of harmonic frequency and emotional resonance. The temporal displacement seemed to be triggered not just by technical manipulation, but by his genuine desire to undo, to try again, to have another chance at moments that hadn't unfolded as he'd hoped. The ethical implications of his discovery weighed heavily on Ekko's mind during these early experiments. Even in small doses, the ability to manipulate time represented power of a magnitude that dwarfed anything he'd previously imagined. What responsibilities came with such capability? How could he ensure that this incredible gift was used wisely, for purposes that served something larger than his own curiosity or convenience? His workshop became a laboratory for temporal mechanics, filled with devices designed to measure, contain, and channel the crystal's unusual properties. He developed techniques for storing temporal energy, for directing its effects with increasing precision, for understanding the delicate balance required to manipulate time without creating paradoxes that might tear apart the fabric of reality itself. Each experiment brought new insights and new questions, expanding his understanding while simultaneously revealing the vast depths of his ignorance about forces he was only beginning to comprehend. The isolation required for these experiments began to take its toll on Ekko's relationships with his friends in the Firelight gang. How could he explain disappearances that lasted for days while he lost himself in temporal research? How could he describe discoveries that seemed to violate the basic laws of cause and effect? The growing gulf between his experiences and theirs created a loneliness that even his excitement about the discovery couldn't entirely dispel. Yet there were moments of pure wonder that made every sacrifice worthwhile. When he successfully created his first stable temporal field, a sphere of slowed time that made raindrops fall like honey and allowed him to study the precise mechanics of falling objects, Ekko felt a connection to the fundamental forces that shaped reality. He was no longer just an inventor working with mechanical principles. He had become something approaching a temporal artisan, someone who could sculpt moments the way others might shape clay or metal. The crystal itself seemed to evolve in response to his growing understanding, its energy patterns becoming more complex and responsive as he learned to work with rather than against its unusual properties. It was as though the fragment recognized his genuine respect for the power it contained, rewarding his careful approach with increasing cooperation and stability. This partnership between inventor and artifact became the foundation for everything that would follow, a relationship built on mutual trust and shared purpose. Ekko's notebooks from this period reveal the gradual emergence of a new understanding of time itself. He began to see temporal flow, not as a river moving in one direction, but as an ocean with currents, eddies, and depths that could be navigated by those with the proper knowledge and equipment. His diagrams show increasingly sophisticated models of how past, present, and future interacted, how small changes in temporal pressure could create waves that rippled both forward and backward through the stream of causality. The practical applications of his discoveries began to suggest themselves as his control improved. He could create brief windows of reversed time that allowed him to undo mistakes in his workshop, to study the precise mechanics of how things broke so he could better understand how to fix them. He could slow his perception of time during moments of danger, giving himself additional seconds to think through problems that normally would require split-second reactions. But perhaps most significantly, Ekko began to understand that his discovery carried implications far beyond personal applications. In a world where so many lived with regret, where decisions made in moments of desperation created consequences that lasted lifetimes, the ability to offer second chances represented a form of healing that transcended conventional medicine or therapy. Yet he also recognized that such power could easily become a crutch, preventing the growth that came from living with the consequences of one's choices. The crystal's energy seemed to respond to intention as much as technique, rewarding use that served others while becoming unstable when directed toward purely selfish ends. This built-in ethical governor taught Ekko important lessons about the relationship between power and responsibility, about how extraordinary abilities created obligations to use them in service of something larger than personal convenience or advancement. As word of strange temporal disturbances began to circulate through Zaun's underground networks, the question was not whether others would learn about his breakthrough, but how he could ensure that when they did, the knowledge would be used wisely, rather than exploited for purposes that might cause harm to the people and places he cared about most. The workshop that had once been a place of simple mechanical tinkering had been transformed into something approaching a temporal laboratory, its walls lined with devices that could measure and manipulate the flow of time itself. Yet despite all the sophisticated equipment and accumulated knowledge, Ekko never forgot that at the heart of his discovery lay a simple truth. The greatest inventions were those that served not just the inventor's curiosity, but the needs of the community that had shaped and supported him. As we conclude this chapter of revelation and transformation, we can see how Ekko's discovery of temporal manipulation would reshape not just his own possibilities, but his understanding of what it meant to bear responsibility for powers that could affect the lives of everyone around him. The boy who had once fixed broken toys for his neighbors had become someone who might one day have the power to fix broken moments, broken choices, perhaps even broken lives. As you drift toward rest tonight, perhaps you might wonder if you could revisit any moment in your past, not to change it but simply to understand it more deeply. Which moment would call to you across the years? Chapter 4. First Rewinds. There exists a particular intoxication that comes with discovering you can unmake your mistakes, a heady rush of possibility that whispers seductive promises about perfection and control. Tonight, as we delve deeper into Ekko's journey through the labyrinth of temporal power, let us explore those first tentative steps into a realm where cause and effect became fluid, where the irreversible nature of time revealed itself to be merely a suggestion rather than an immutable law. The first intentional rewind occurred on a Tuesday morning, when the gray hung particularly thick in the air, and Ekko's workshop felt more like a sanctuary than ever before. He had been working on a delicate mechanism designed to regulate the crystal's energy output, a device that required precision beyond anything he had previously attempted. Hours of careful assembly had brought him to the final moment, the installation of a component so small and intricate that the slightest tremor could render weeks of work useless. As fate would have it, a distant explosion from the industrial district chose that precise moment to send vibrations through the workshop's foundation. Ekko's hand jerked involuntarily, and he watched in helpless horror as the tiny component tumbled from his tweezers, striking the workbench at exactly the wrong angle. The sound it made as it shattered was barely audible, yet it seemed to echo in his mind like the crash of breaking worlds. In that moment of crystalline despair, with the taste of failure sharp on his tongue, and the weight of wasted effort pressing down upon his shoulders, Ekko felt something deep within him reach out toward the temporal crystal. It wasn't conscious thought that drove this reaction, but rather pure emotional need, the desperate desire to undo, to try again, to reclaim those precious seconds before carelessness destroyed his careful work. The world dissolved into silver light and sensation that defied description. It was like falling upward through his own memories, experiencing time as a physical medium through which he could move with deliberate intent. For several heartbeats that felt like hours, Ekko existed in a space between moments, where past and present overlapped like double-exposed photographs. Then reality snapped back into focus, and he found himself once again holding the delicate component, the distant explosion still seconds away from occurring. This time he was ready. His hand remained steady, despite the vibrations, and the component settled into its housing with the satisfying click of perfect precision. As he completed the assembly successfully, Ekko felt a surge of triumph that went far beyond the simple satisfaction of completing a difficult task. He had literally rewritten history, transformed failure into success through the application of power that still seemed too incredible to be real. The euphoria of that first successful rewind was unlike anything Ekko had ever experienced. It was as though he had discovered he could fly, or read minds, or command the elements themselves. The impossible had become possible, and with it came a sense of unlimited potential that was both exhilarating and profoundly unsettling. If he could undo one mistake, what prevented him from undoing all mistakes? If he could perfect one moment, why not perfect every moment? Over the following days, Ekko found himself experimenting with increasingly ambitious applications of his newfound ability. He rewound conversations that went poorly, social interactions where he said the wrong thing or missed important cues. He undid accidents in his workshop, moments of inattention that resulted in burns, cuts, or damaged equipment. Each successful rewind reinforced the intoxicating sense that he was no longer bound by the linear constraints that governed everyone else's existence. Yet with each use of his power, Ekko began to notice subtle costs that weren't immediately apparent. The rewinding process itself was physically and emotionally exhausting, leaving him drained in ways that weren't entirely physical. More troubling was the growing sense of disconnection from the natural flow of events around him. When you can undo any outcome you dislike, the weight and meaning of choices begins to diminish. Why worry about consequences when consequences can be erased? The most disturbing aspect of his early experiments was the way they affected his relationships with others. When Ekko rewound a conversation with Vi to avoid an argument about his recent absences, he found himself responding to things she hadn't yet said, reacting to emotional currents that from her perspective didn't exist. The intimate knowledge of future events created an artificial asymmetry in their interactions that felt uncomfortably like manipulation, even when his intentions were genuinely caring. His friends in the Firelight gang began to notice changes in his behavior that they couldn't quite articulate. There was something different about the way he moved through conversations, a quality of prepared spontaneity that suggested he knew more about what was coming than natural intuition could explain. Powder, with her particular sensitivity to shifts in group dynamics, was the first to comment on his strange prescience, joking that it was as though he could see the future. The irony of her observation wasn't lost on Ekko. In a very real sense, he could see the future, or at least he could see potential futures, and then choose which ones to allow to unfold. This knowledge brought with it a burden he hadn't anticipated, the weight of responsibility for outcomes that others experienced as natural consequences, but which he knew could be altered at will. One particularly challenging experiment involved rewinding an encounter with members of a rival gang who had been harassing younger children in their neighborhood. The first iteration of the confrontation had gone poorly, with Ekko's attempt at diplomatic resolution escalating into violence that left several people injured. The second attempt, informed by knowledge of how the gang members would react, allowed him to defuse the situation more skillfully, but the third rewind, motivated by a desire to achieve a perfect outcome where everyone's dignity remained intact, revealed the seductive trap of temporal perfectionism. Each successive attempt to improve the encounter brought diminishing returns and increasing complexity. Ekko found himself caught in a cycle of endless revision, never quite satisfied with outcomes that others would have considered successful. The quest for the perfect resolution became more important than the actual resolution, and he began to lose sight of the original purpose of the intervention. It was during one of these obsessive revision cycles that Ekko experienced his first temporal backlash, a violent rejection of his attempt to rewind that left him disoriented and nauseous, with a splitting headache that lasted for hours. The crystal's energy had become unstable, its patterns chaotic and resistant to his usual methods of control. The message was clear: even power over time had its limits, and exceeding those limits carried consequences that couldn't themselves be undone. This painful lesson taught Ekko important principles about the responsible use of temporal manipulation. He began to develop personal guidelines for when rewinding was appropriate and when it represented an abuse of power that ultimately served no one's interests. Small mistakes in his workshop were fair game for correction, but larger events, particularly those involving other people's choices and autonomy, required more careful consideration. The development of these ethical frameworks was complicated by the addictive nature of temporal control. There was something almost narcotic about the ability to craft perfect moments, to live without regret or lasting consequence. Ekko found himself constantly fighting the urge to rewind experiences that were merely unpleasant rather than genuinely harmful, to smooth away the rough edges of life until everything became as polished and artificial as a theatrical performance. His workshop during this period became a strange mixture of laboratory and confessional, a space where he could experiment with the mechanics of time while wrestling with the moral implications of his discoveries. The walls were covered with notes and diagrams that attempted to map not just the technical aspects of temporal manipulation, but the ethical boundaries that should govern its use. Questions written in his own handwriting stared back at him from every surface. When does helping become controlling? Can perfection have meaning without the possibility of failure? Who has the right to decide which moments deserve to be preserved and which should be erased? The most profound realization came when Ekko attempted to rewind a moment of genuine connection with his friends, the evening of laughter and shared stories that had ended on a slightly melancholy note when the conversation turned to their uncertain futures. His attempt to extend the joy and avoid the sadness resulted in something hollow and artificial, a manufactured moment that captured the surface appearance of happiness while lacking its essential spirit. This experience taught him that meaning often resided precisely in the imperfections he was trying to eliminate, the bittersweet nature of temporary joy, the poignancy of moments that couldn't last forever, the growth that came from experiencing difficult emotions rather than avoiding them. These were not flaws to be corrected, but essential aspects of what made experiences valuable and transformative. As Ekko's control over his abilities grew more sophisticated, he began to understand that true mastery lay not in the power to rewind everything but in the wisdom to know what should be left unchanged. The most important moments in life were often the ones that couldn't be improved through revision, the experiences that derived their significance from being accepted rather than perfected. The crystal itself seemed to respond to this growing maturity in Ekko's approach. As he became more selective about when and how he used his power, the energy patterns became more stable and responsive. It was as though the artifact recognized his developing wisdom and rewarded his restraint with increased cooperation and reliability. Yet even as he developed these principles and guidelines, Ekko couldn't shake the awareness that he now lived in a fundamentally different relationship with time than everyone around him. He alone among his friends and family existed with the knowledge that moments were malleable, that mistakes weren't necessarily permanent, that the flow of experience could be edited and revised like a written document. This knowledge was both a gift and a burden, providing unprecedented opportunity while creating an isolation that no amount of technical mastery could alleviate. The workshop that had once been a place of simple mechanical joy had become something far more complex. A sanctuary where a young man grappled with powers that challenged his understanding of choice, consequence, and the nature of authentic experience. Each successful rewind brought new insights about the delicate balance between intervention and acceptance, between the desire to help and the need to allow others the dignity of their own mistakes and discoveries. As we reflect on this period of experimentation and learning in Ekko's journey, we can see how the intoxication of temporal power gradually gave way to a more nuanced understanding of responsibility and restraint. The boy who had once delighted in fixing broken machines was learning the far more complex art of discerning which aspects of life should be repaired, and which should be honored in their imperfection. As you settle into the gentle embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might consider if you possessed the power to perfect any moment in your life. Would the knowledge that perfection was possible make your natural, unedited experiences more precious or less meaningful? Chapter 5. The Weight of Knowledge. There is a particular loneliness that comes with carrying memories of moments that never were, of conversations that were spoken, but then unspoken, of futures glimpsed, and then deliberately prevented. Tonight, as we continue our journey through Ekko's transformation, let us explore the heavy burden of existing between timelines, where knowledge becomes both a gift and a curse that separates the bearer from the natural flow of shared experience. The isolation began subtly, manifesting first as a slight disconnect during conversations with his closest friends. Ekko would find himself responding to comments before they were made, finishing sentences that had been spoken in previous iterations of discussions that had since been rewound and revised. When Powder mentioned feeling frustrated about a failed experiment, he would offer exactly the right encouragement before she had fully explained her disappointment, drawing puzzled looks that asked how he could understand so precisely what she needed to hear. These moments of prescient empathy, while appreciated by his friends, created an uncomfortable distance that Ekko couldn't explain without revealing the truth about his abilities. How could he tell them that he had lived through their conversations multiple times, that he had seen them cry, laugh, argue, and reconcile in timeline after timeline, each iteration teaching him more about their hopes and fears than they had consciously chosen to share? The workshop that had once been a sanctuary of shared discovery became a place where Ekko found himself increasingly alone, with secrets that grew heavier with each passing day. The temporal crystal pulsed with steady energy on his workbench, its blue-white light a constant reminder of the power that set him apart from everyone he cared about. He would sit for hours in the gentle glow, wrestling with questions that had no easy answers. Was it ethical to use knowledge gained from rewound timelines to help his friends? Did his good intentions justify the manipulation inherent in acting on information they hadn't chosen to give him? The most challenging aspect of his growing isolation was the way it affected his relationships with Vi and Powder. Vi, with her fierce protective instincts and natural leadership abilities, had always been someone Ekko looked up to and confided in. Yet now, he found himself watching her make decisions while knowing their outcomes, seeing her struggle with problems he could solve but couldn't offer solutions to, without revealing how he'd gained such insight. Powder's eager enthusiasm for their shared projects took on a poignant quality when viewed through the lens of temporal knowledge. Ekko had seen iterations where her experiments succeeded brilliantly, and others where they resulted in disaster. He knew which approaches would work, and which would end in frustration, but intervening too obviously felt like robbing her of the valuable learning that came from genuine trial and error. The delicate balance between guidance and manipulation became a constant source of internal conflict. The phenomenon extended beyond his immediate friend group to encompass his entire neighborhood. Ekko began to notice patterns in the daily rhythms of Zaun life that repeated across multiple timelines, the way certain conflicts unfolded between rival gangs, the predictable responses of authority figures to various types of disruption, the cyclical nature of both opportunities and threats that emerged from the Undercity's complex social ecosystem. This broader pattern recognition, while intellectually fascinating, deepened his sense of existing outside the normal flow of community life. He watched his neighbors navigate challenges with the knowledge of how their choices would unfold, seeing both the wisdom and the tragedy in decisions that seemed predetermined by circumstances beyond their control. The temptation to intervene, to use his temporal abilities to prevent suffering or enhance opportunities, was constant and emotionally exhausting. The mental toll of carrying multiple sets of memories began to manifest in unexpected ways. Ekko found himself experiencing a form of temporal vertigo, moments where he couldn't immediately recall which version of events was the one that had actually occurred. Had Milo made that particular joke in this timeline or a previous one? Had Clagor's injury from their last adventure been serious enough to require medical attention, or was that a memory from an iteration he had subsequently rewound? Sleep became increasingly elusive as his mind struggled to process and organize experiences that violated the natural order of linear memory formation. Dreams blended with memories of rewound events, creating a nighttime landscape where past, present, and potential futures merged into surreal narratives that left him more exhausted upon waking than he had been before rest. The boundary between what had happened and what could have happened began to blur in ways that were deeply unsettling. His notebooks from this period reveal the emergence of a complex system for tracking different timeline iterations, an attempt to maintain his sanity by creating external organization for internal chaos. Pages filled with detailed descriptions of events, marked with symbols indicating which timeline they belonged to, whether they had been allowed to stand or rewound and revised. The notebooks became both a practical tool and a confessional, the only place where he could fully acknowledge the weight of experiences that no one else shared. The most heartbreaking aspect of his isolation was the way it affected his ability to be truly present with his friends. Even during moments of genuine joy and connection, part of his consciousness remained aware of the temporal possibilities swirling around each interaction. He found himself calculating probabilities, considering potential interventions, mentally preparing for outcomes that might never materialize. This divided attention created a subtle but persistent barrier between himself and the people he cared about most. The ethical dimensions of his situation became increasingly complex as his understanding of temporal mechanics deepened. He discovered that some events seemed to have a kind of temporal momentum that made them resistant to change. Certain outcomes would reassert themselves across multiple timelines, despite his attempts at intervention. This suggested that while he could alter specific moments, larger patterns of causality operated according to principles that transcended individual choice or intervention. This realization was both relieving and terrifying. It reduced the burden of responsibility he felt for every negative outcome he witnessed, but it also implied limitations to his power that were frustrating when confronted with suffering he longed to prevent. The question of which events could be meaningfully changed, and which were expressions of deeper systemic forces, became a constant source of philosophical struggle. The temporal crystal seemed to respond to his emotional state during this period, its energy patterns becoming more complex and sometimes unpredictable when he was particularly stressed or conflicted. There were moments when the device would activate spontaneously, creating brief temporal distortions that he hadn't consciously initiated. These incidents suggested that his connection to the crystal was becoming more intimate and less controllable, raising concerns about what might happen if his emotional equilibrium deteriorated further. His relationship with time itself began to transform during this period of isolation. Rather than experiencing moments as discrete, sequential events, Ekko found himself perceiving reality as a fluid medium where past, present, and future existed in dynamic relationship with each other. This expanded awareness brought insights that were profound and beautiful, but it also made it increasingly difficult to relate to people who experienced time in the conventional linear fashion. The workshop became a refuge where he could explore these philosophical implications without the constant effort of maintaining normal social interactions. He spent hours contemplating questions that had no clear answers. If multiple versions of an event were equally real in terms of his experience, which one held the greater claim to truth? Did the intentions behind his temporal interventions matter more than their outcomes? Was the knowledge he gained from rewound timelines a form of stolen wisdom, obtained without the consent of those who had unknowingly provided it? The loneliness of bearing temporal knowledge was compounded by the awareness that he could never fully share his experiences with anyone. The closest he came to genuine communication about his abilities was through subtle hints and metaphors that his friends interpreted as artistic expression or philosophical speculation. They appreciated his growing depth and thoughtfulness, but they couldn't understand the source of insights that seemed to come from experiences far beyond his apparent years. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of his isolation was the way it affected his perception of his friends' autonomy and dignity. Knowing their likely responses to various situations, having seen them navigate challenges across multiple timelines, created a sense of predictability that diminished his appreciation for their spontaneity and individuality. He had to constantly remind himself that their choices were still meaningful and worthy of respect, even when he could anticipate them with disturbing accuracy. The burden of temporal knowledge also created an unexpected form of grief, mourning for experiences and relationships that had existed in rewound timelines, but were erased when he chose different paths. There were conversations with his friends, moments of connection and understanding, that had been beautiful and meaningful, but which no longer existed in any form except his memory. This accumulated loss of good experiences that had been sacrificed for better ones created a melancholy that was difficult to process or share. As winter settled over Zaun, bringing with it the crystalline clarity that came with cold air and shortened days, Ekko found himself spending more time alone in contemplation of his situation. The workshop's warmth provided physical comfort, but the emotional chill of isolation seemed to penetrate deeper than any external cold. He was surrounded by friends who cared about him, yet he existed in a fundamentally different relationship with reality than they did. The temporal crystal's steady pulse became a form of companionship during these long hours of solitude, its consistent energy patterns offering a kind of wordless understanding that human relationships could no longer provide. It was the only aspect of his reality that shared his experience of temporal fluidity, the only thing that existed as he did in the spaces between moments where past and future intersected in ways that defied conventional understanding. As we reflect on this period of deepening isolation in Ekko's journey, we can see how the gift of temporal manipulation came with costs that were both profound and largely invisible to those around him. The weight of knowledge that couldn't be shared, the burden of experiences that couldn't be validated through normal social interaction, the loneliness of existing between timelines. These challenges would shape his character in ways that went far beyond his technical mastery of temporal mechanics. As you prepare for rest tonight, perhaps you might consider, what knowledge do you carry that feels too heavy to share, and how do we find connection with others when our deepest experiences feel fundamentally different from theirs? Chapter 6. Lost Friendships. In the architecture of the heart, some losses cut so deep they reshape the entire foundation of who we become. Tonight, as we venture into one of the most painful chapters of Ekko's story, let us explore how the bonds of childhood, seemingly unbreakable in their innocence and devotion, can fracture under the weight of choices that carry consequences no young heart is prepared to bear. The beginning of the end came not with dramatic confrontation or sudden betrayal, but with the slow erosion of understanding that accompanies growing up in different directions. While Ekko wrestled with the implications of his temporal abilities in the solitude of his workshop, his friends in the Firelight gang were facing their own transformative challenges, making choices that would define not just their individual futures, but the very nature of their relationships with each other. Vi's increasing involvement with resistance activities against the Chem Barons drew her deeper into Zaun's underground political movements, where the idealistic rebellion of youth began to take on harder edges born of necessity and survival. Her protective instincts, which had once been focused on keeping her small group of friends safe from neighborhood dangers, expanded to encompass larger concepts of justice and systemic change. This evolution was admirable in its scope and courage, yet it created a distance between her experiences and those of friends who weren't ready to engage with such weighty responsibilities. Powder's desperate desire to prove herself useful and capable led her down paths that grew increasingly dangerous, her eagerness to contribute often outpacing her judgment about appropriate methods and acceptable risks. The explosives she crafted with such enthusiasm became more sophisticated and destructive, her experiments pushing boundaries that perhaps should have remained uncrossed. There was something both touching and tragic about her determination to be seen as competent and valuable, to move beyond the role of protected younger sister into something approaching equality with the others. Ekko watched these changes unfold across multiple timelines, seeing the potential futures that branched from each decision point like rivers dividing as they flowed toward the sea. He witnessed iterations where interventions on his part kept the group together, where careful guidance and support helped them navigate the challenges of adolescence while maintaining their bonds. Yet he also saw the costs of such intervention, the ways in which his temporal manipulation created dependencies and artificial solutions that prevented genuine growth and learning. The most heartbreaking aspect of his situation was the knowledge that some paths led to outcomes he desperately wanted to prevent, but couldn't justify changing through temporal intervention. He saw timelines where Powder's experiments resulted in tragedy, where Vi's idealism led her into conflicts she wasn't prepared to handle, where the innocent bonds of childhood were severed by events that seemed both inevitable and preventable depending on perspective. The workshop that had once been filled with the laughter and energy of collaborative friendship became increasingly empty as his friends pursued their individual journeys. The projects they had worked on together gathered dust, testament to a time when their shared enthusiasm could transform salvaged junk into magical possibilities. Ekko found himself maintaining these artifacts of friendship like a curator in a museum of lost innocence, preserving memories of connection that felt increasingly distant from his current reality. The most painful divergence involved his relationship with Powder, whose blue hair and eager smile had once represented the brightest possibilities of their shared future. He had seen her potential across so many timelines, brilliant inventions that could have changed Zaun for the better, moments of triumph where her creativity and intelligence were recognized and celebrated, futures where she found the confidence and stability that would allow her gifts to flourish in healthy directions. Yet he had also witnessed the darker possibilities that lurked beneath her surface eagerness, the fragility that made her vulnerable to influences that would exploit rather than nurture her talents. In timeline after timeline, he watched external pressures and internal insecurities combine to push her toward choices that transformed her brilliance into something destructive and chaotic. The girl who had once looked up to him with such trust and admiration was capable of becoming someone he might not recognize, someone whose path diverged so completely from his own values that reconciliation seemed impossible. The tragedy of these observations was compounded by his awareness that his temporal knowledge created an artificial distance between them that may have contributed to her sense of isolation and inadequacy. How could she compete with someone who always seemed to know exactly what to say, who anticipated her needs with uncanny precision, who possessed insights that seemed to come from sources she couldn't access or understand? His attempts to help, informed by knowledge of multiple potential futures, may have inadvertently undermined her confidence in her own judgment and abilities. The ethical complexity of his situation became particularly acute when he witnessed timelines where Powder's experiments resulted in casualties among people they both cared about. The temptation to intervene, to prevent tragedies through temporal manipulation, was almost overwhelming. Yet doing so would require him to act on knowledge that she hadn't chosen to share, to manipulate events in ways that violated her autonomy and agency. The question of whether preventing harm justified such manipulation became a source of constant internal conflict. Milo and Claggor faced their own developmental challenges during this period, their responses to the changing dynamics within their group revealing aspects of their characters that hadn't been visible during the simpler days of childhood adventure. Milo's humor began to carry sharper edges, his jokes sometimes cutting deeper than intended. as he struggled with feelings of inadequacy and uncertainty about his place in their evolving social structure. Clagger's steady nature was tested by conflicts that required more than just physical strength to resolve, situations where his natural inclination toward peaceful solutions was challenged by circumstances that seemed to demand more aggressive responses. Ekko's temporal abilities allowed him to see how each of his friends was struggling with their own internal battles, their own fears and insecurities that were hidden beneath surface behaviors. This intimate knowledge of their vulnerabilities was both a gift and a curse. It enabled him to offer exactly the right kind of support when they would accept it, but it also created an asymmetry in their relationships that felt increasingly uncomfortable as he became more aware of the ethical implications. The gradual dissolution of their group wasn't marked by dramatic arguments or decisive breaks, but rather by the slow accumulation of missed connections, failed communications, and opportunities for understanding that were lost to the competing demands of their individual journeys. They still cared about each other deeply, still shared memories and bonds that couldn't be easily severed, yet the practical reality of their daily lives drew them in directions that offered fewer and fewer opportunities for meaningful interaction. The workshop's silence during this period was particularly poignant, filled with the absence of voices that had once brought such life and energy to the space. Ekko would sometimes activate his temporal abilities not to change anything, but simply to revisit moments when the room had been filled with laughter and collaborative excitement. These temporal echoes provided temporary comfort, but also highlighted the gulf between past joy and present isolation. His relationship with Vi became strained by his inability to fully support her political activities without revealing the extent of his knowledge about their likely outcomes. He wanted to protect her from the dangers he could see approaching, to warn her about allies who would prove unreliable and strategies that would backfire, yet doing so would require explanations he couldn't provide without exposing secrets that felt too dangerous to share. The helplessness of watching someone you care about make choices you know will lead to pain, while being unable to intervene in meaningful ways, created a particular form of anguish. The temporal crystal seemed to respond to his emotional state during this period of loss, its energy patterns becoming more volatile and unpredictable when he was particularly distressed about the deteriorating relationships. There were moments when the device would spontaneously activate, creating brief temporal loops that allowed him to experience fragments of happier times before snapping back to the present reality. These involuntary activations suggested that his connection to the crystal was becoming more emotionally driven and less consciously controlled. Perhaps the most devastating aspect of watching his friendships dissolve was the awareness that his temporal abilities, which he had initially seen as a gift that might help him protect and support the people he cared about, had instead become a barrier that prevented genuine connection and authentic relationship. The knowledge that came from multiple timeline experiences created expectations and responses that his friends couldn't match or understand, while the isolation required to explore and develop his abilities pulled him away from the shared experiences that had once been the foundation of their bonds. The night when Powder's experiment went catastrophically wrong, resulting in consequences that would echo through all their lives, Ekko witnessed an event that existed at the intersection of inevitability and prevention. He had seen similar outcomes across multiple timelines, had understood the increasing likelihood of such a disaster, yet he had been unable to find a way to intervene that didn't violate the principles he had developed about respecting others' autonomy and agency. The aftermath of that tragedy marked the definitive end of their childhood friendship group, scattering the surviving members in directions that made reunion seem impossible rather than merely difficult. The workshop that had once been their sanctuary became a monument to lost innocence, filled with the remnants of projects they would never complete together and dreams they would never again share. As Ekko sat alone in the workshop's familiar glow, surrounded by memories of friendship that had once seemed eternal, he began to understand that his journey would now be fundamentally different from what he had originally imagined. The boy who had dreamed of using his abilities to protect and enhance the lives of his friends had learned instead that some forms of love require letting go, that some gifts come with costs that are only visible in retrospect. The temporal crystal pulsed with stead, a light in the darkness, its blue-white glow serving as both reminder and promise. Reminder of the power that had separated him from those he loved most, and promise that perhaps, in time, he might find ways to use that power in service of broader purposes that honored the memory of what had been lost, while building toward possibilities that were yet to be discovered. As we reflect on this chapter of profound loss in Ekko's journey, we can see how the very abilities that promised to give him greater control over outcomes had instead taught him about the limitations of control, the importance of acceptance, and the complex relationship between power and connection that would shape all his future relationships. As you settle into the quiet hours of rest tonight, perhaps you might consider, how do we love people enough to let them make their own choices, even when we can see paths that might lead to better outcomes, and what do we do with the grief that comes from respecting others' autonomy when we possess knowledge that could prevent their pain? Chapter 7. The Firelights Reborn. From the ashes of lost innocence, sometimes phoenix-like purpose emerges, transformed by grief into something both harder and more compassionate than what came before. Tonight, as we continue Ekko's journey through the labyrinth of temporal power and personal responsibility, let us explore how the boy who had lost his first family found the courage to build a new one, forged not in childhood's carefree workshops, but in the crucible of Zaun's deepest struggles. The transformation didn't happen overnight. For months after the dissolution of his original friend group, Ekko wandered through Zaun's winding passages like a ghost haunting his own memories, his temporal abilities providing escape from painful realities, but offering little guidance toward meaningful purpose. The workshop that had once been filled with collaborative joy became a hermitage where he wrestled with questions that seemed to have no satisfying answers. What was the point of power that couldn't preserve the relationships that mattered most? How could someone who could manipulate time itself feel so utterly powerless in the face of human suffering? The answer began to emerge through a series of seemingly random encounters with other young people who, like him, had found themselves displaced by circumstances beyond their control. There was Scar, a Vastayan, whose family had been driven from their ancestral territories by the expanding influence of the Chembarans, his connection to the natural world offering perspectives on harmony and balance that complemented Ekko's technological insights. There was Zeri, whose electrical abilities made her both invaluable and dangerous in a city that ran on precisely the kind of energy she could manipulate, her infectious optimism serving as a counterpoint to Ekko's growing tendency toward melancholy. Each of these individuals carried their own wounds, their own losses that had shaped them into something more complex and resilient than their younger selves might have imagined possible. Yet unlike the random collection of neighborhood kids who had formed his original gang, these new allies shared a common understanding of what it meant to possess abilities that set them apart from normal society, to bear responsibilities that most people their age couldn't comprehend or appreciate. The moment when Ekko recognized the potential for something larger than individual survival came during a crisis that threatened an entire section of the Undercity. A Chembaran's experimental facility had suffered a catastrophic containment failure, releasing toxic fumes that would have rendered several city blocks uninhabitable for decades. The local authorities, such as they were, proved either unwilling or unable to respond effectively, leaving the residents to face evacuation or poisoning with no meaningful alternatives. Ekko's temporal abilities allowed him to see the various ways this crisis could unfold: timelines where thousands died from chemical exposure, futures where entire communities were displaced and scattered, possibilities where the disaster became a catalyst for positive change, if the right interventions occurred at precisely the right moments. For the first time since gaining his powers, he felt a clear sense of purpose that went beyond personal relationships or individual advancement. Working with his new allies, Ekko began to coordinate a response that combined their various abilities in ways that maximized their collective impact. His temporal manipulation allowed them to work with unprecedented efficiency, rewinding failed attempts at containment and evacuation until they discovered approaches that actually succeeded. Scar's connection to the natural world, helped identify safe routes through the toxic environment and locate pockets of clean air where refugees could temporarily shelter. Zeri's electrical abilities proved crucial for powering emergency systems and maintaining communication networks when conventional infrastructure failed. The success of their intervention was measured not in grand gestures or dramatic victories, but in lives saved and suffering prevented. Families were able to evacuate safely because they had advance warning about which routes were becoming impassable. Emergency responders could focus their limited resources more effectively because they received accurate information about where help was most needed. The toxic release was contained before it could spread to neighboring districts because someone with the right abilities was in the right place at the right time. More importantly, the collaboration revealed something that Ekko hadn't fully appreciated during his period of isolation. His temporal abilities were most effective when combined with other forms of power and perspective. The rewinds that had seemed like solitary exercises in his workshop became collaborative tools when used to support group efforts, allowing teams to learn from failures and optimize their approaches in ways that individual preparation could never match. The name Firelights emerged naturally from their shared experiences during this crisis response. The bioluminescent creatures that had given Ekko's original gang their nicknames still inhabited Zaun's depths, their gentle green glow serving as navigation aids through the city's darkest passages. But the new group's relationship with these creatures was different. Where the original gang had used their light as a badge of identity, the reformed Firelights saw them as symbols of hope persisting in hostile environments, life maintaining its essential beauty despite being surrounded by forces that sought to diminish or corrupt it. As word of their effectiveness spread through Zaun's underground networks, the Firelights began receiving requests for assistance with problems that conventional authorities couldn't or wouldn't address. Missing persons cases where the disappeared had been taken by traffickers operating in legal gray areas, disputes between rival gangs that threatened to escalate into neighborhood-wide violence, environmental disasters caused by industrial negligence that required both technical expertise and coordination skills to resolve effectively. Each mission taught Ekko valuable lessons about leadership that his temporal abilities alone could never have provided. He learned to trust his teammates' judgment even when his knowledge of multiple timelines suggested different approaches might be more optimal. He discovered that sometimes the most important intervention was knowing when not to intervene, when to allow others the dignity of solving their own problems with support rather than replacement. He began to understand that true leadership wasn't about having all the answers, but about creating conditions where collective wisdom could emerge and flourish. The Firelight's base of operations evolved organically from the practical needs of their expanding activities. What began as temporary gathering spaces in abandoned buildings gradually became a network of interconnected hideouts, workshops, and safe houses that could support both their operational requirements and the broader community needs they increasingly served. Unlike the Chembaron's territories, which were maintained through fear and exploitation, the Firelight spaces were held together by mutual aid and voluntary cooperation. Ekko's workshop was transformed during this period from a place of solitary experimentation into a collaborative laboratory where different forms of knowledge and ability could be combined in service of shared goals. The temporal crystal that had once been his secret treasure became a resource that could support team missions, its energy channeled through devices designed to enhance rather than replace his teammates' natural capabilities. The most challenging aspect of leading the Firelights was learning to balance his temporal knowledge with respect for his teammates' autonomy and decision-making processes. Unlike his previous experiences with friendship, where his abilities had created uncomfortable asymmetries, his role as leader required him to use his knowledge in ways that empowered rather than diminished others. This meant sharing insights about potential outcomes, while being careful not to undermine confidence in collective judgment, offering guidance based on timeline experience, while remaining open to perspectives he might have missed. The group's approach to conflict resolution reflected Ekko's growing understanding of temporal mechanics and human nature. Rather than seeking to eliminate opposition through force or manipulation, They focused on creating conditions where antagonistic parties could find mutually beneficial solutions to their underlying problems. This required patience, creativity, and a willingness to invest time in understanding root causes rather than simply addressing surface symptoms. Their interventions often involved temporal elements that were subtle enough to avoid detection while being significant enough to create meaningful change. Ekko might rewind a negotiation session to help mediators find better approaches to presenting compromise options. He could slow time during crisis situations to give emergency responders additional moments for critical decision-making. These applications of temporal power were less dramatic than his earlier experiments, but proved far more effective at creating lasting positive impact. The Firelights' reputation grew gradually through word-of-mouth networks that valued discretion over publicity. They became known as people who could be trusted to help without asking uncomfortable questions, who possessed unusual capabilities but used them responsibly, who understood that sustainable change required community investment rather than external imposition. This reputation attracted both opportunities for meaningful work and attention from forces that preferred Zaun's status quo to remain undisturbed. As the group's influence expanded, Ekko found himself grappling with questions about scale and sustainability that echoed his earlier struggles with individual responsibility. How could they help more people without becoming so visible that they attracted retaliation from the Chembarons? How could they maintain their principles while operating in an environment where compromise and moral ambiguity were often necessary for survival? How could they build something lasting in a city where change was often violent and temporary? The answers to these questions emerged through practice rather than theory, through trial and error, guided by shared values and mutual accountability. The Firelights developed operating principles that balanced idealism with pragmatism, hope with realistic assessment of obstacles and limitations. They learned to measure success not in terms of problems eliminated, but in terms of capacity built, relationships strengthened, and opportunities created for others to solve their own challenges. The transformation of Ekko's role from isolated individual to community leader was marked by a fundamental shift in how he understood his temporal abilities. Where once he had seen them primarily as tools for personal advantage or protection of immediate relationships, he now recognized their potential as instruments of collective empowerment and social change. The power to see multiple timelines became valuable, not for its ability to guarantee optimal outcomes, but for its capacity to reveal possibilities that others might miss and identify interventions that could create space for those possibilities to manifest. The workshop that had once been a sanctuary of solitary experimentation became a gathering place where young people could develop their own capabilities while contributing to efforts larger than individual advancement. The green glow of the Firelight creatures, which had once marked the territory of a childhood gang, now served as a symbol of hope, maintained in the face of overwhelming challenges, beauty preserved despite hostile circumstances, light that refused to be extinguished regardless of the darkness that surrounded it. As we reflect on this chapter of renewal and purpose in Ekko's journey, we can see how loss and isolation, when met with courage and compassion, can become the foundation for forms of connection and service that transcend the limitations of individual ability or understanding. The boy who had once sought to protect a small group of friends had evolved into a leader capable of creating conditions where entire communities could protect and support each other. As you prepare for rest tonight, perhaps you might consider, how do our greatest losses sometimes prepare us for our most meaningful contributions, and what forms of leadership emerge when we combine individual gifts with collective wisdom and shared commitment to justice. Chapter 8. Temporal Philosophy. In the quiet depths of contemplation, where abstract principles meet the weight of lived experience, profound truths about the nature of existence slowly crystallize into wisdom. Tonight, as we explore the evolution of Ekko's understanding of time and responsibility, let us venture into the philosophical frameworks that emerged from his unique position between moments, where theory and practice merge to create new ways of comprehending our relationship with choice, consequence, and the delicate fabric of causality itself. The development of Ekko's temporal philosophy began not with grand theoretical insights, but with the accumulation of practical questions that demanded answers. Each use of his abilities raised ethical dilemmas that existing moral frameworks seemed inadequate to address. If he could prevent suffering through temporal intervention, was he obligated to do so regardless of the broader consequences? If his knowledge of multiple timelines gave him advantages in negotiations or conflicts, did using that knowledge constitute a form of cheating or manipulation? How could he balance respect for others' autonomy with his responsibility to prevent harm when he possessed the power to do so? These questions led him to develop what he privately called the doctrine of temporal restraint, a set of principles that governed when and how he would use his abilities. The first principle was that of minimal intervention. Temporal manipulation should be used sparingly, and only when the stakes justified the disruption to natural causality. Small conveniences, personal advantages, or minor embarrassments were never sufficient justification for rewinding events. The power over time was too significant to be squandered on trivial concerns. The second principle was that of consensual knowledge. Information gained from rewound timelines should only be acted upon when doing so served the interests of others rather than himself, and even then, only when such action could be taken without violating the autonomy or dignity of those involved. This meant that he couldn't use temporal knowledge to manipulate people into making decisions they wouldn't naturally make, even if those decisions would benefit them in the long run. Perhaps the most challenging principle was that of accepted consequences. Some events, even tragic ones, needed to be allowed to unfold without intervention, if they represented the natural result of choices made by autonomous individuals. This principle forced Ekko to confront the limits of his responsibility and accept that preventing all suffering wasn't necessarily his role, even when he possessed the power to do so. The philosophical framework that emerged from these principles was deeply influenced by his observations of how time actually behaved when subjected to manipulation. Unlike the linear progression that most people experienced, time revealed itself to Ekko as a complex medium with currents, eddies, and depths that responded to intervention in ways that were often unpredictable. Some events seemed to have what he termed temporal momentum. They would reassert themselves across multiple timeline iterations, suggesting that they were expressions of deeper patterns of causality that transcended individual choice or circumstance. This observation led to the development of his theory of causal resonance, the idea that certain outcomes were so deeply embedded in the structure of reality that preventing them required interventions that would create more disruption than they prevented. Understanding which events had this quality, and which were genuinely malleable, became a crucial skill that required not just technical mastery of temporal mechanics, but intuitive sensitivity to the flow of causality itself. The practical applications of these philosophical insights shaped every aspect of how the Firelights operated. Rather than using temporal abilities to guarantee success in their missions, Ekko learned to use them primarily for learning and preparation. He would explore potential approaches to problems across multiple timelines, gathering information about likely obstacles and effective strategies, then reset to the original timeline and pursue the mission with conventional methods informed by temporal intelligence. This approach proved far more sustainable than direct temporal intervention, creating less strain on both the crystal's energy systems and Ekko's own psychological well-being. It also preserved the authentic agency of his teammates and the people they sought to help, allowing everyone involved to experience genuine achievement and growth rather than artificially manufactured success. The question of whether knowledge gained from temporal exploration constituted a form of cheating became a source of ongoing philosophical reflection. Ekko ultimately concluded that the ethical status of such knowledge depended on how it was used rather than how it was obtained. If temporal intelligence was used to help others achieve their own goals more effectively, it was morally justifiable. If it was used to gain unfair advantages or manipulate outcomes for personal benefit, it violated the principles of respect and reciprocity that formed the foundation of ethical behavior. This distinction led to the development of sophisticated guidelines for sharing temporal insights with his teammates. Information about potential dangers or opportunities could be communicated as intuitions or strategic assessments without revealing their temporal origins. Advice about effective approaches could be offered as suggestions based on experience rather than knowledge of multiple timeline iterations. The goal was to provide useful guidance while preserving the authentic decision-making processes of others. The most profound philosophical challenge Ekko faced involved the question of whether free will could exist in a universe where time was malleable. If events could be undone and redone until desired outcomes were achieved, did individual choices have any real meaning? Were the decisions his friends and allies made genuinely their own, or were they simply the most recent iteration in a series of temporal experiments conducted by someone with power they didn't know existed? This question led him to explore concepts of authenticity and determinism that went far beyond anything his formal education in Zaun had prepared him to consider. He began to understand that the value of choice lay not in its permanence, but in its genuine expression of character, values, and intention. A decision that was made authentically retained its moral significance even if it could theoretically be undone, because the process of making it revealed important truths about the person involved. The temporal crystal itself seemed to respond to the evolution of Ekko's philosophical understanding, its energy patterns becoming more stable and cooperative as his principles became more clearly defined and consistently applied. It was as though the artifact recognized and rewarded the development of wisdom alongside technical skill, suggesting that mastery of temporal mechanics required not just intellectual understanding but ethical maturity. The concept of temporal ecology emerged from Ekko's growing awareness that time, like any complex system, could be damaged by excessive or inappropriate intervention. Just as a natural ecosystem could be disrupted by well-intentioned but poorly informed efforts to improve it, the flow of causality could be destabilized by temporal manipulation that failed to account for the intricate relationships between past, present, and future events. This ecological perspective led to the development of conservation principles for temporal intervention. Like a responsible forester who removes only certain trees to maintain the health of the entire forest, Ekko learned to identify which events could be safely altered and which should be left undisturbed to preserve the integrity of the larger causal system. This required a deep understanding of how individual actions created ripple effects that could influence events far removed in time and space. The social implications of his temporal abilities raised questions about justice and equality that were particularly challenging for someone committed to fighting against systemic oppression. If he could use his powers to help the Firelights succeed in their missions, was he obligated to share those abilities with other groups working towards similar goals? Did his unique capabilities create responsibilities that extended beyond his immediate community to encompass all those who suffered under unjust systems? These questions led to the development of what he called the principle of distributed impact, the idea that temporal abilities should be used in ways that created the greatest benefit for the greatest number of people, particularly those who lacked other forms of power or protection. This meant focusing on interventions that addressed systemic problems rather than individual symptoms, even when helping specific people felt more immediately satisfying. The psychological demands of living according to these principles were considerable. Maintaining ethical consistency while possessing power that could solve almost any problem required constant vigilance and self-reflection. There were times when Ekko had to watch people he cared about struggle with challenges he could easily resolve, forcing himself to remember that growth often came through difficulty rather than despite it. The loneliness of bearing temporal knowledge was somewhat alleviated by the process of developing philosophical frameworks that gave meaning and structure to his experiences. Even though he couldn't share the specific details of his abilities with others, he could engage in conversations about ethics, responsibility, and the nature of time that helped him feel connected to broader human concerns and aspirations. The workshop became a place where abstract philosophy met practical application, its walls covered with diagrams that attempted to map the relationship between theoretical principles and real-world decisions. These visual representations served both as thinking tools and as reminders of the complexity involved in using extraordinary power responsibly. They showed how individual choices created cascading effects across multiple domains of experience, how temporal interventions could support or undermine the development of resilience and agency in others. Perhaps the most important insight that emerged from Ekko's philosophical explorations was the recognition that time, despite being malleable, was not infinitely plastic. There were limits to what could be changed without creating consequences that were worse than the original problems. Understanding these limits required not just technical knowledge but wisdom about human nature, social systems, and the delicate balance between stability and change that allowed communities to thrive. The concept of temporal humility became central to his mature understanding of his abilities. Despite possessing power that seemed almost godlike in its scope, Ekko learned to approach each potential intervention with the recognition that his knowledge was necessarily limited and his perspective inevitably biased by his own experiences and values. This humility led him to seek input from others whenever possible, to test his assumptions through careful observation, and to remain open to the possibility that his initial judgments about what needed to be changed might be incomplete or incorrect. As the seasons turned and Ekko's understanding of temporal mechanics deepened alongside his philosophical sophistication, he began to see his abilities less as a burden to be managed, and more as a tool for service that required constant refinement and careful application. The boy who had once been intoxicated by the possibility of perfecting every moment had evolved into a young man who understood that imperfection was often more valuable than artificial perfection, that struggle could be more meaningful than ease, and that the most important interventions were often the ones that created space for others to solve their own problems, rather than solving those problems directly. The temporal crystal's steady pulse in the workshop's gentle light served as a constant reminder of the responsibility that came with extraordinary ability, but also of the potential for positive impact when power was guided by wisdom, compassion, and respect for the inherent dignity of all conscious beings. As we reflect on the philosophical framework that emerged from Ekko's unique experiences with temporal power, we can see how extraordinary circumstances can lead to insights that illuminate universal questions about choice, responsibility, and the nature of ethical action in a complex world. As you settle into the quiet contemplation that precedes sleep tonight, perhaps you might consider what principles guide your own decisions when you possess knowledge or capabilities that others lack, and how do we balance the desire to help with respect for others' autonomy and the natural processes of growth that come through facing challenges authentically. Chapter 9. The Z-Drive. In the marriage of inspiration and engineering, where arcane forces submit to the discipline of precise mechanical design, legends are born from the patient accumulation of countless small innovations. Tonight, as we explore the creation of Ekko's most remarkable achievement, let us witness how a young inventor's growing mastery of temporal mechanics culminated in a device that would transform not just his own capabilities, but his understanding of the relationship between technology, magic, and human will. The idea for what would become the Z-Drive emerged from months of frustration with the limitations of his existing temporal manipulation methods. While the fractured Hextech crystal had provided him with access to time's malleable nature, controlling that access remained challenging and unpredictable. The energy required for temporal interventions varied dramatically depending on factors he couldn't fully understand or anticipate. The strain on his body and mind from direct exposure to temporal forces was becoming increasingly problematic, as his responsibilities to the Firelights demanded more frequent and sophisticated applications of his abilities. The workshop during this period of intensive development resembled something between a laboratory and an artist's studio, its surfaces covered with prototypes, failed experiments, and theoretical diagrams that attempted to map the intersection of mechanical engineering and temporal physics. Ekko had learned through painful experience that conventional approaches to magic technology integration were inadequate for the unique challenges posed by temporal manipulation. Time didn't behave like other forms of energy. It couldn't be simply channeled or stored using traditional methods, but required entirely new approaches to containment, direction, and control. The breakthrough came during one of those liminal hours between deep night and early morning, when the boundary between conscious thought and dreaming creates space for insights that daylight logic might reject as impossible. Ekko had been examining the temporal crystal under magnification, studying the way its internal structure seemed to fold back on itself in patterns that defied three-dimensional geometry. The realization struck him with the force of revelation. He had been thinking about temporal manipulation in terms of linear cause and effect, when the crystal's behavior suggested that time itself operated according to principles that were fundamentally circular or recursive. This insight led to the development of what he privately called recursive engineering, design principles that allowed mechanical systems to interact with their own past states in controlled ways. Rather than trying to impose linear mechanical logic on temporal forces, he began designing devices that could embrace and channel the recursive nature of time itself. The result was technology that seemed to exist in constant dialogue with its own history, components that were simultaneously cause and effect in ways that conventional engineering theory suggested should be impossible. The Z-Drive's central innovation was its use of what Ekko termed temporal feedback loops, carefully calibrated systems that allowed the device to learn from its own future applications and optimize its performance based on knowledge that hadn't yet been acquired through normal experience. This required precision engineering of a kind that pushed his mechanical skills to their absolute limits, creating clockwork mechanisms so intricate that their tolerances were measured in fractions that most craftsmen couldn't even perceive, let alone achieve. The process of constructing these mechanisms was itself an exercise in temporal philosophy. Each component had to be crafted with awareness that its function would be partially determined by events that hadn't yet occurred. Gears needed to mesh perfectly, not just with their immediate neighbors, but with versions of themselves from slightly different temporal positions. Springs had to store energy in ways that accounted for the recursive effects of their own tension being applied across multiple timeline iterations. The materials required for such precise work came from throughout Zaun's industrial ecosystem, carefully selected not just for their mechanical properties, but for their compatibility with temporal forces. Metals that had been aged in specific ways, crystals that had been exposed to particular forms of radiation, components that had been salvaged from devices with their own complex histories. Each material brought its own temporal signature to the construction process, requiring Ekko to develop unprecedented sensitivity to the subtle ways that matter itself recorded and responded to the passage of time. The Hextech crystal that served as the drive's power source required modification that went far beyond simple installation. Ekko discovered that the crystal's fractures weren't random damage, but formed patterns that reflected its exposure to temporal forces. By carefully mapping these patterns and understanding their relationship to the crystal's energy output, he learned to channel its power with far greater precision and efficiency than his earlier crude methods had allowed. The housing that contained this modified crystal was itself a marvel of mechanical engineering, designed to amplify and focus temporal energies while protecting the user from the more dangerous aspects of direct exposure. The device's distinctive appearance, sleek curves that seemed to flow like frozen time, surfaces that caught and reflected light in ways that suggested depth beyond their physical dimensions, was the natural result of function determining form, each aesthetic element serving specific purposes in the containment and direction of temporal forces. Perhaps the most challenging aspect of the Z-Drive's development was creating interfaces that would allow conscious control over unconscious temporal responses. Ekko had learned that his most effective temporal manipulations occurred when they were driven by genuine emotional need, rather than calculated intellectual decision-making. The device needed to respond to intention and urgency, while remaining stable enough to avoid activation by casual thoughts or minor emotional fluctuations. The solution involved the development of what he called resonance interfaces, control mechanisms that responded not to simple physical input, but to the complex interaction of conscious intention, emotional state, and physiological arousal that accompanied genuine need for temporal intervention. These interfaces required the user to be fully present and committed to the temporal manipulation, preventing accidental activation, while ensuring that emergency situations could trigger appropriate responses even when conscious thought was compromised by stress or injury. The Z-Drive's testing phase revealed capabilities that exceeded even Ekko's ambitious expectations. The device could create stable temporal fields that allowed for precise control over local time flow, slowing or accelerating events within carefully defined spatial boundaries. It could generate temporal echoes that provided advanced warning of incoming dangers by briefly sampling potential future states. Most remarkably, it could create what Ekko termed possibility windows, brief glimpses of alternative timeline outcomes that could inform decision-making without requiring full temporal rewind. The integration process between Ekko and his completed Z-Drive was both exhilarating and unsettling. The device didn't simply respond to his commands, but seemed to anticipate his needs, activating temporal effects that he hadn't consciously requested, but which proved to be exactly what the situation required. This predictive capability suggested that the Z-Drive existed in a state of constant low-level temporal awareness, sampling potential futures to optimize its responses to present circumstances. The first field test of the completed device occurred during a Firelights mission to prevent a Chembaron's trafficking operation from kidnapping children from a vulnerable neighborhood. The Z-Drive's performance during this mission demonstrated capabilities that transformed the team's operational effectiveness. Ekko could provide his teammates with split-second warnings about changing conditions, create temporal safe zones where they could regroup and plan responses to unexpected developments, and ensure that their interventions occurred with precision timing that maximized impact while minimizing risk. Yet perhaps more important than the device's tactical capabilities was the way it changed Ekko's relationship with his temporal abilities. Where once he had experienced temporal manipulation as a drain on his personal energy and focus, the Z-Drive allowed him to channel temporal forces with minimal strain on his own biological systems. This freed him to use his abilities more frequently and for longer durations, dramatically expanding the scope of problems he could address through temporal intervention. The device also provided a buffer between Ekko and the raw experience of temporal manipulation, reducing the psychological strain that had previously made extended use of his abilities emotionally and mentally exhausting. The Z-Drive filtered and organized temporal information in ways that made it easier to process and act upon, protecting him from the disorientation and confusion that had once accompanied exposure to multiple timeline experiences. The workshop's transformation during the Z-Drive's development period reflected the evolution of Ekko's approach to invention and innovation. What had once been a space for individual experimentation became a laboratory where theoretical insights were systematically tested and refined through practical application. The walls were covered with technical drawings that showed not just mechanical specifications, but temporal flow diagrams, charts that mapped the relationship between emotional states and device responsiveness, and philosophical frameworks that governed when and how the device should be used. The Z-Drive's completion marked a turning point in Ekko's understanding of his role as both inventor and temporal manipulator. The device represented the successful synthesis of his mechanical genius with his philosophical insights about responsible power use, creating technology that amplified his capabilities while embodying the ethical principles he had developed through years of careful thought and painful experience. The visual design of the completed Z-Drive reflected this synthesis of function and philosophy. Its sleek surfaces suggested both technological sophistication and organic flow, mechanical precision balanced with awareness of natural rhythms. The way light played across its surfaces created patterns that seemed to shift and change depending on viewing angle and temporal state, serving as a constant reminder of the device's unique relationship with time itself. The energy signature produced by the Z-Drive during operation was unlike anything else in Zaun's complex electromagnetic environment. The device generated fields that seemed to exist slightly out of phase with normal space-time, creating effects that were visible to those with sensitivity to magical forces, but which remained largely invisible to conventional detection methods. This stealth capability was crucial for the Firelights' continued operations, allowing them to use temporal advantages without attracting the attention of forces that might seek to capture or co-opt such powerful technology. As word of the Z-Drive's capabilities began to circulate through Zaun's underground networks, Ekko found himself facing questions about whether such powerful technology should be shared with other resistance groups or kept exclusively for the Firelights' use. The decision ultimately came down to his assessment of whether widespread access to temporal manipulation would create more benefit than risk, and whether other potential users possessed the philosophical framework necessary to employ such power responsibly. The workshop's gentle hum during this period included the subtle harmonic frequencies generated by the Z-Drive during its passive monitoring modes, creating an atmosphere that seemed to exist slightly outside normal time. These acoustic effects served as a constant reminder of the device's presence and capabilities, while also creating an environment that was conducive to the kind of contemplative thinking that temporal manipulation required. The Z-Drive represented more than just technological achievement. It embodied Ekko's evolution from a gifted child, tinkering with broken machines, to a young adult capable of creating innovations that challenged the fundamental assumptions of both magic and technology. The device was simultaneously tool and teacher, amplifying his capabilities while requiring constant growth in wisdom and responsibility to use effectively. As we reflect on the creation of this remarkable device, we can see how the marriage of technical skill with philosophical insight produces innovations that transcend simple problem-solving to become expressions of their creator's deepest values and commitments. The Z-Drive wasn't just a tool for manipulating time. It was the physical manifestation of Ekko's understanding of how power should be wielded in service of justice and protection. As you prepare for rest tonight, perhaps you might wonder, what would you create if you possessed both the technical ability and the wisdom to bring your deepest values into physical form, and how would such a creation change, not just what you could do, but who you could become? Chapter 10. Battles Across Time. In the realm where conflict transcends simple confrontation to become a dance across multiple possibilities, where strategy involves not just anticipating your opponent's next move, but understanding the fundamental patterns that govern how choices ripple through time, we find a new form of warfare entirely. Tonight, as we explore Ekko's emergence as guardian of Zaun's vulnerable populations, let us witness how temporal manipulation transformed the nature of protection itself, creating battles that were won, not through superior force, but through superior understanding of causality's hidden currents. The first true test of the Z-Drive's combat capabilities came when a Piltovan enforcement squad descended into Zaun with orders to pacify a neighborhood that had been harboring refugees from the Kembaran's territorial wars. These weren't the corrupt but predictable enforcers that Zaun's residents had learned to navigate through bribery and avoidance, but rather specially trained operatives equipped with hex-tech weapons and armor, designed specifically for subduing magical resistance in confined urban environments. Ekko's temporal awareness allowed him to perceive the raid's approach hours before conventional intelligence networks detected any unusual activity. The Z-Drive's passive monitoring systems had identified subtle disruptions in the area's temporal flow, the kind of disturbances that occurred when large numbers of people moved with coordinated hostile intent through spaces where such coordination was unusual. This early warning provided the Firelights with unprecedented preparation time, but it also revealed the limitations of conventional defensive strategies when facing opponents with superior equipment and training. The battle that followed challenged every assumption Ekko had developed about how temporal manipulation could be used in conflict situations. His initial approach involved using rewind capabilities to learn the enforcement squad's tactics and develop countermeasures, but he quickly discovered that his opponents were themselves using detection equipment that could sense temporal disturbances. Each rewind created signatures that made subsequent temporal manipulations more visible to their instruments, forcing him to develop entirely new approaches to combat that minimized his temporal footprint while maximizing strategic advantage. The solution emerged from his understanding of temporal ecology and the recursive nature of causality. Rather than using dramatic temporal interventions that created obvious disruptions, Ekko learned to work with time's natural currents, making subtle adjustments that amplified existing patterns rather than imposing artificial ones. A loose brick positioned just so would fall at precisely the right moment to distract a sniper. A momentary delay in one enforcer's radio communication would create cascade effects that disrupted their entire coordination system. These micro-interventions were individually insignificant, but collectively devastating to enemy effectiveness. The Z-Drive's unique capabilities proved essential for this new form of temporal warfare. The device could create what Ekko termed probability shadows, areas where multiple potential outcomes existed simultaneously until observation collapsed them into specific realities. By positioning these shadows strategically throughout the battlefield, he could ensure that his opponents faced maximum uncertainty about the consequences of their actions, while his allies operated with clear understanding of optimal tactical choices. Perhaps most remarkably, the Z-Drive allowed Ekko to engage in what he privately called retroactive coordination with his teammates. By briefly sampling potential futures and then resetting to provide guidance based on that knowledge, he could ensure that the Firelights' seemingly spontaneous tactical decisions were actually the result of sophisticated temporal intelligence gathering. To outside observers, their coordination appeared almost telepathic, but it was actually the product of Ekko's ability to experience and learn from multiple iterations of the same battle. The enforcement squad's eventual retreat marked not just a tactical victory, but a paradigm shift in how conflicts could be approached when one side possessed temporal awareness. The Piltovans had been defeated not through superior firepower or numbers, but through superior understanding of how events unfold across time. Their own technological advantages had been neutralized by temporal strategies that they couldn't perceive, let alone counter. This success attracted attention from both allies and enemies throughout Zaun's complex political landscape. Other resistance groups began requesting Firelight assistance with their own conflicts, while Chembarons and their enforcers developed new technologies and tactics specifically designed to counter temporal manipulation. Ekko found himself at the center of an arms race between conventional power and temporal innovation, where each new capability he developed prompted corresponding countermeasures from opponents who were learning to adapt to the reality of time-based warfare. The most challenging opponents proved to be those who possessed their own connections to magical forces that existed outside normal temporal flow. A confrontation with agents of the Black Rose revealed that some forms of magic were inherently resistant to temporal manipulation, creating pockets of causal stability that his abilities couldn't penetrate or alter. These encounters forced him to develop hybrid strategies that combined temporal tactics with conventional combat techniques, creating fighting styles that were effective against opponents regardless of their relationship to time. The psychological demands of temporal combat were considerable and unexpected. Unlike conventional conflicts where opponents faced each other in shared reality, temporal warfare created situations where Ekko experienced multiple iterations of the same battle, while his opponents remained unaware that previous versions had occurred. This created a form of combat trauma that was uniquely isolating, memories of violence and loss that he couldn't share or process through normal support systems because they had technically never happened. The Z-Drive's evolution during this period reflected the growing sophistication of temporal combat applications. The device developed new capabilities that seemed to emerge from its own interaction with battlefield conditions, learning to anticipate tactical needs and adapt its responses accordingly. The partnership between Ekko and his creation deepened into something approaching symbiosis, where conscious strategy and technological capability merged into unified temporal awareness. One of the most significant battles occurred when Silco's organization attempted to eliminate the Firelights through a coordinated attack that combined conventional assault with chemical weapons designed to incapacitate enhanced individuals. The complexity of this threat required Ekko to push his temporal abilities to their limits, creating multiple overlapping time effects that allowed his team to operate in accelerated time, while their enemies moved through slowed temporal fields. The strategic implications of this battle extended far beyond its immediate tactical outcomes. Ekko's successful defense against Silco's forces demonstrated that temporal manipulation could provide sustainable advantages against even the most sophisticated conventional threats. However, it also revealed the potential for temporal warfare to escalate beyond controllable limits if multiple parties gained access to time manipulation technologies. The most profound challenge came from an unexpected source, a confrontation with Jinx, whose chaotic approach to conflict created temporal disruptions that interfered with his ability to predict or control battlefield outcomes. Her unpredictability wasn't just tactical but seemed to extend to fundamental levels of causality, creating situations where normal patterns of cause and effect broke down entirely. Fighting someone whose actions defied temporal logic required Ekko to develop new approaches that embraced uncertainty rather than seeking to eliminate it. This battle was more than tactical, it was deeply personal, representing a confrontation between the person Powder had become and the friend Ekko remembered and still mourned. The temporal nature of their conflict created moments where past and present overlapped, where he glimpsed the girl she had been while fighting the dangerous individual she had chosen to become. The emotional complexity of using temporal abilities against someone he had once loved added layers of psychological difficulty that no amount of tactical preparation could address. The resolution of this conflict came not through temporal manipulation, but through recognition that some relationships exist outside the normal rules of causality. His connection to Powder transcended the timeline divisions that his abilities could navigate, existing in a space where past affection and present opposition could coexist without resolution. This realization taught him important lessons about the limits of temporal intervention and the aspects of human experience that remained beyond the reach of even the most sophisticated technological capabilities. As the Firelights' reputation spread throughout Zaun and beyond, Ekko found himself facing opponents who had specifically prepared for confrontations with temporal manipulators. These encounters required constant innovation and adaptation, pushing him to develop new applications of his abilities while maintaining the ethical principles that governed their use. The challenge was not just tactical but philosophical: how to use temporal advantages responsibly when facing opponents who were themselves using questionable methods and targeting innocent populations. The workshop during this period became a strategic planning center where temporal intelligence gathered from multiple battlefield experiences was analyzed and integrated into improved tactics and equipment. The walls were covered with timeline maps that showed how different intervention strategies had played out across various conflicts, creating a visual database of temporal warfare knowledge that was unique in Runeterra's military history. The most important lesson that emerged from these varied conflicts was the recognition that temporal manipulation was most effective when used to support and enhance conventional capabilities rather than replace them entirely. The Z-Drive's greatest strength lay not in its ability to overwhelm opponents through superior firepower, but in its capacity to create optimal conditions for skilled teammates to apply their own abilities most effectively. This insight led to the development of what Ekko called temporal force multiplication, strategies that used temporal awareness to coordinate team actions with precision that appeared impossible to outside observers. By understanding how individual capabilities could be combined across multiple timeline iterations, he could orchestrate complex group tactics that achieved results far beyond what their individual abilities should have been able to accomplish. The emotional toll of sustained temporal combat was balanced by the satisfaction of protecting communities that had no other effective defense against powerful oppressors. Each successful intervention created space for ordinary people to build better lives, to pursue goals and dreams that would have been impossible under the constant threat of violence and exploitation. These positive outcomes provided meaning that transcended the personal costs of bearing temporal awareness and engaging in conflicts that others couldn't fully understand or appreciate. The Z-Drive's performance across these varied combat situations revealed capabilities that continued to evolve and expand in response to tactical demands. The device seemed to learn not just from Ekko's conscious decisions, but from the broader context of each conflict, developing intuitive responses to threats and opportunities that reflected increasingly sophisticated understanding of both temporal mechanics and human nature. As we reflect on this chapter of Ekko's journey through the complexities of temporal warfare, we can see how the responsibility of protection evolved from simple intervention to sophisticated strategy that honored both the tactical demands of conflict and the ethical requirements of just warfare. His battles were won not through overwhelming force, but through superior understanding of how time itself could be enlisted in service of justice and community defense. As you settle into the peaceful hours of rest tonight, perhaps you might consider, how do we balance the use of superior capabilities with respect for opponents' dignity, and what principles guide us when protecting others requires engaging in conflicts that test the limits of our moral frameworks. Chapter 11. The Price of Heroism. There exists a particular burden that weighs upon those who possess the power to see suffering and the knowledge to prevent it, yet who must sometimes choose inaction for reasons that their hearts struggle to accept. Tonight, as we explore the deeper costs of Ekko's journey as both leader and temporal guardian, let us examine how heroism demands not just courage to act, but the wisdom to know when action itself becomes a form of harm, and the strength to bear witness to pain we could alleviate but must allow to unfold. The weight of leadership had settled upon Ekko's shoulders gradually, so incrementally that he hadn't fully recognized its accumulation until moments of crisis revealed how much others had come to depend upon his judgment, his abilities, and his willingness to bear responsibility for outcomes that affected entire communities. The young inventor who had once delighted in solving mechanical puzzles now found himself facing human problems that resisted solution, situations where every possible intervention carried costs that were both impossible to calculate and painful to contemplate. The most challenging aspect of his role wasn't the physical dangers or even the complex tactical decisions required for successful operations. It was the emotional burden of watching people he cared about make choices that he knew would lead to suffering, while maintaining the restraint necessary to honor their autonomy and allow them the dignity of their own mistakes. His temporal abilities provided him with knowledge of consequences that wouldn't become apparent to others until much later, creating a form of isolation that grew heavier with each decision he chose not to influence. Scar's determined pursuit of vengeance against the Chem Baron who had destroyed his family's traditional territory exemplified this painful dynamic. Ekko had seen across multiple timelines how this quest would unfold, the temporary satisfaction of successful retaliation followed by escalating cycles of violence that would ultimately consume not just Scar himself, but innocent members of his extended community. Yet intervening to prevent this outcome would require either manipulating Scar's emotions through temporal influence or sharing knowledge that would violate the principles of consent and autonomy that formed the foundation of the Firelights' ethical framework. The nights when Ekko sat alone in his workshop, surrounded by the gentle hum of the Z-Drive's passive monitoring systems, were filled with internal arguments about the nature of helping versus controlling. His temporal abilities provided him with the capability to guide almost any situation toward optimal outcomes, yet using that capability felt increasingly like theft of others' agency and dignity. The question of whether preventing suffering justified overriding free will became a source of ongoing moral torment that no amount of philosophical reflection could fully resolve. The accumulation of unexpressed knowledge created its own form of grief, mourning for tragedies that hadn't yet occurred, but which he had already witnessed across multiple potential timelines. He carried memories of losses that no one else experienced, victories that were never celebrated because they existed only in temporal iterations that had been reset or abandoned. This invisible burden was perhaps heavier than the visible responsibilities of leadership, because it couldn't be shared or acknowledged without revealing the full extent of his temporal awareness. Zeri's increasing recklessness in her pursuit of justice for Zaun's oppressed populations created particularly difficult challenges for Ekko's commitment to non-interference. Her electrical abilities made her powerful but also volatile, and her youth made her susceptible to the kind of idealistic thinking that could transform noble intentions into destructive actions. He had seen timelines where her impulsiveness led to disasters that harmed the very people she sought to protect. Yet he had also witnessed the remarkable positive changes she could create when her enthusiasm was channeled effectively. The tension between protection and empowerment became most acute during operations where team members faced genuine danger. Ekko's temporal abilities could virtually guarantee their safety through careful manipulation of circumstances and outcomes, yet doing so would rob them of the authentic experience of risk, growth, and achievement that came from facing challenges with their own capabilities. The question of when protection became disempowerment haunted his decision-making process during every mission. The workshop during this period became both sanctuary and prison, a space where he could explore the implications of temporal knowledge without the immediate pressure of making decisions that would affect others' lives. The walls were covered with charts and diagrams that attempted to map the relationship between intervention and autonomy, the balance between help and harm that governed ethical use of superior capabilities. These visual representations served as constant reminders of the complexity involved in wielding power responsibly. Perhaps the most painful aspect of his situation was the recognition that his commitment to ethical temporal manipulation sometimes required him to allow preventable tragedies to occur. When gang violence threatened families in neighborhoods the Firelights protected, when industrial accidents endangered workers who had no other means of livelihood, when political conflicts created situations where innocent people suffered for causes they didn't understand or support, Ekko faced choices between intervention and principle that tested the limits of his moral resolve. The isolation created by these impossible decisions was compounded by the fact that he couldn't share the full weight of his knowledge with anyone, including his closest allies within the Firelights. How could he explain that he had already seen dozens of versions of their current challenges, that he knew which approaches would succeed and which would fail, but that using that knowledge directly would undermine the authentic growth and development that came from genuine struggle and discovery? The temporal crystal's energy patterns seemed to respond to his emotional state during these periods of moral crisis, becoming more chaotic and difficult to control when he was particularly conflicted about potential interventions. There were times when the Z drive would activate spontaneously, creating brief temporal loops that allowed him to experience moments of peace or connection before returning to the present reality of difficult choices and heavy responsibilities. The most heartbreaking incidents involved situations where he could have prevented loss of life through temporal intervention, but chose restraint based on broader ethical considerations. A young Firelight's death during a mission that Ekko could have made safer through temporal manipulation became a source of guilt that no amount of rational justification could fully alleviate. The family's grief was real and immediate, while his reasons for allowing events to unfold naturally were abstract principles that provided little comfort in the face of actual loss. These experiences taught him that heroism often involved accepting responsibility not just for actions taken, but for actions deliberately not taken, for interventions withheld in service of principles that were sometimes difficult to explain or justify to those who bore the consequences. The weight of this responsibility was different from the burden of command or the stress of combat. It was the specific pain that came from possessing the power to prevent suffering while choosing not to use it. The Firelight's success in protecting Zaun's vulnerable populations created its own moral complexities. As their reputation grew and more communities requested their assistance, Ekko faced impossible choices about resource allocation and priority setting. Every mission they undertook meant other problems went unaddressed. Other communities remained vulnerable to threats they could have prevented. The mathematics of limited capability versus unlimited need created ethical dilemmas that had no fully satisfactory solutions. The relationship between individual pain and collective benefit became a constant source of internal tension. Temporal intervention that could alleviate immediate suffering might create dependency patterns that weakened community resilience in the long term. Help that solved problems directly could prevent the development of local capabilities that would be more sustainable over time. The question of whether short-term relief justified long-term consequences required judgments that were both crucial and impossible to make with complete confidence. The workshop's silence during Ekko's periods of deepest reflection was filled with the weight of unexpressed knowledge and unshared burdens. The temporal crystals pulsed with steady light that seemed to echo the rhythm of his heart, a reminder of the power that connected him to possibilities others couldn't perceive, but also separated him from the natural flow of shared human experience. In these moments of solitude, he wrestled with questions that had no clear answers and responsibilities that couldn't be delegated or shared. The most profound challenge was learning to find meaning and purpose in restraint rather than action, in the choices not to intervene rather than the dramatic rescues that might feel more heroic. This required a different kind of courage, the strength to bear witness to suffering without rushing to eliminate it, the wisdom to trust in others' capacity for growth and resilience, even when that growth required them to face difficulties that could be easily prevented. The evolution of his relationship with the other Firelights reflected this ongoing struggle between protection and empowerment. He learned to provide guidance and support that enhanced their capabilities without replacing their judgment, to share insights gained from temporal awareness without undermining their confidence in their own decision-making abilities. This delicate balance required constant attention and adjustment as each team member's needs and capabilities evolved over time. The temporal nature of his awareness created unique forms of anticipatory grief, mourning for losses that might never occur, but which he had witnessed in potential timelines. He carried sadness for relationships that might deteriorate, excitement that might be disappointed, hopes that might be crushed, all existing simultaneously with knowledge that these outcomes were possibilities rather than certainties. This emotional complexity created internal landscapes that were both rich and exhausting to navigate. The Z-Drive's continued evolution during this period reflected the growing sophistication of Ekko's understanding of responsibility and restraint. The device seemed to develop intuitive sensitivity to his ethical frameworks, becoming more responsive to intentions that honored others' autonomy, while becoming less cooperative when his motivations veered toward control or manipulation. This partnership between inventor and invention created a feedback system that supported his commitment to ethical temporal manipulation. As the seasons turned and Ekko's reputation as both protector and philosopher spread through Zaun's underground networks, he began to understand that his greatest contribution might not be his interventions, but his example of how power could be wielded with wisdom and restraint. The principles he had developed through painful experience and careful reflection offered models for how extraordinary capabilities could serve justice without undermining the dignity and agency of those they were meant to protect. The workshop's gentle glow during the quiet hours when Ekko contemplated these challenges served as a reminder that heroism often looked different from the inside than it did to external observers. The dramatic rescues and tactical victories that others celebrated were balanced by countless moments of chosen restraint, deliberate non-intervention, and the daily burden of carrying knowledge that couldn't be fully shared or acted upon without violating principles that were essential to meaningful leadership. As we reflect on this chapter of sacrifice and moral complexity in Ekko's journey, we can see how true heroism often requires the courage to bear witness rather than simply to act, the wisdom to know when help becomes harm, and the strength to maintain ethical principles even when adherence to those principles carries real costs in terms of preventable suffering. As you prepare for rest tonight, perhaps you might consider, what does it mean to help others in ways that honor their dignity and autonomy, and how do we find the strength to bear responsibility for both the actions we take and the interventions we choose to withhold? Chapter 12. The Eternal Moment. In the spaces between heartbeats, where past and future converge into the eternal present of conscious awareness, we find the culmination of one young man's extraordinary journey through the complexities of power, responsibility, and the fundamental question of how to live with wisdom in a world that often seems to demand impossible choices. Tonight, as we reach the conclusion of Ekko's story, let us explore how someone who learned to manipulate time itself ultimately discovered that the most important moments are the ones we choose to preserve exactly as they are. The workshop in the present day exists as both museum and laboratory, filled with the accumulated artifacts of a journey that has spanned from innocent curiosity to profound responsibility. The walls hold blueprints for devices that were never built alongside diagrams of temporal mechanics that challenge the boundaries of conventional understanding. The Z-Drive rests on its familiar workbench, its blue-white glow providing steady illumination that seems to exist slightly outside the normal flow of time, a physical reminder of possibilities that transcend the limitations most people accept as inevitable. Ekko himself has evolved into something that defies simple categorization. He is simultaneously the boy who once delighted in fixing broken toys for his neighbors, and the temporal guardian who bears responsibility for protecting entire communities from threats they cannot perceive or understand. The years of wrestling with ethical frameworks and philosophical principles have created a depth of character that is both admirable and poignant, wisdom earned through experiences that cannot be fully shared or validated through normal human interaction. The Firelights continue their work throughout Zaun, their reputation for effective intervention balanced by their commitment to sustainable solutions and community empowerment. Under Ekko's guidance, they have evolved into something unprecedented in Runeterra's political landscape, a resistance organization that measures success not in territories conquered or enemies defeated, but in communities strengthened and individuals empowered to solve their own problems. Their methods serve as a model for how extraordinary capabilities can be used in service of justice without undermining the dignity and agency of those they seek to protect. The ongoing conflict between Piltover's technological oligarchy and Zaun's struggling communities provides a constant backdrop for the Firelights' activities. Yet Ekko has learned to see beyond the immediate tactical challenges to the deeper patterns that govern how societies change and evolve. His temporal awareness allows him to perceive the slow currents of historical transformation that operate on scales too large for most people to recognize, creating perspective that is both hopeful and sobering about the possibilities for meaningful progress. The most significant evolution in Ekko's approach to his temporal abilities has been the development of what he privately calls temporal patience. The recognition that some problems require time to solve in ways that cannot be accelerated through intervention, no matter how sophisticated or well-intentioned. The boy who once believed that power over time meant the ability to perfect any moment has grown into a young man who understands that meaning often emerges from imperfection, struggle, and the gradual accumulation of small choices made by ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges. This patience extends to his relationship with the friends he lost during childhood. The temporal crystal sometimes shows him glimpses of potential futures where healing becomes possible, timelines where the bonds of childhood affection prove stronger than the divisions created by different choices and experiences. Yet he has learned not to chase these possibilities through active intervention, understanding that authentic reconciliation cannot be manufactured through temporal manipulation, but must emerge from genuine recognition and choice on both sides. The workshop during the quiet hours when Ekko reflects on his journey serves as a space where past and future intersect in ways that go beyond simple temporal mechanics. The broken toys he repaired as a child occupy the same shelves as sophisticated devices that channel forces most people cannot imagine. The notebooks filled with childhood dreams rest beside journals that document philosophical insights earned through experiences that no formal education could provide. These juxtapositions serve as reminders of continuity amid transformation, the essential self that persists despite dramatic changes in capability and understanding. The relationship between Ekko and the Z-Drive has evolved into something approaching true partnership, where the boundary between inventor and invention becomes increasingly fluid. The device seems to anticipate his needs and respond to his emotional state with sensitivity that suggests forms of awareness that transcend simple mechanical function. This evolution raises questions about consciousness and identity that Ekko finds both fascinating and unsettling, particularly as he considers what it means to be human when your most important relationship is with a device that exists partially outside normal space-time. The broader implications of temporal manipulation for Runeterra's future remain largely hidden from public awareness, though Ekko has begun to detect signs that other individuals and organizations are developing their own connections to time-based magic and technology. The responsibility of being potentially the most experienced temporal manipulator in known history weighs heavily upon him, particularly as he considers whether, and how to share his knowledge with others who might use such power less responsibly. The ethical frameworks he has developed through years of careful thought and painful experience have crystallized into principles that guide not just his own actions, but the Firelights' approach to intervention and assistance. These principles emphasize empowerment over dependency, sustainable solutions over temporary fixes, and respect for autonomy, even when such respect requires accepting outcomes that could be improved through intervention. The challenge of maintaining these standards while facing urgent needs and preventable suffering remains a constant source of internal tension. The temporal crystal's behavior has become increasingly stable and responsive as Ekko's understanding of responsible power use has matured, suggesting that the artifact itself recognizes and rewards ethical development alongside technical mastery. The energy patterns it produces now show complex harmonics that seem to resonate with the natural rhythms of time itself, creating effects that feel more like collaboration with cosmic forces than manipulation of mechanical systems. Perhaps the most profound change in Ekko's perspective has been his growing appreciation for moments that exist outside the reach of temporal manipulation, experiences that derive their value precisely from their impermanence and unpredictability. The laughter shared with teammates during quiet moments between missions, the satisfaction of solving problems through collective effort rather than individual power, the simple pleasure of watching communities develop their own solutions to challenges that once seemed insurmountable. These experiences have taught him that some forms of joy cannot be improved through revision or optimization. The vision that increasingly guides Ekko's work is of a future where his temporal abilities are no longer needed for protection or intervention, where communities possess the resources and capabilities to address their own challenges without requiring extraordinary intervention. This paradoxical goal, using power to create conditions where such power becomes unnecessary, reflects his mature understanding of how true strength is measured, not in dominance, but in the ability to foster independence and resilience in others. The workshop's walls now hold maps and charts that document not just Zaun's current challenges, but the slow progress being made towards sustainable solutions. Neighborhoods that once required constant firelight protection now manage their own security through community organizations that use methods developed through collaboration with Ekko's team. Former refugees have become leaders who guide new arrivals through processes of adaptation and integration that no longer require external intervention. These markers of progress serve as reminders that meaningful change, while slow, is both possible and occurring. The relationship between individual transformation and social change has become a central focus of Ekko's philosophical reflections. His own journey from isolated genius to community leader illustrates principles that apply beyond temporal manipulation to anyone seeking to use exceptional capabilities in service of justice. The recognition that personal power is most meaningful when used to create conditions for collective empowerment has applications that extend far beyond the specific challenges facing Zaun's residents. The Z-Drive's current configuration represents the culmination of years of refinement and optimization, yet Ekko continues to discover new capabilities that emerge from the device's interaction with his evolving understanding of temporal mechanics and ethical responsibility. The partnership between inventor and invention has become a model for how technology can enhance rather than replace human judgment, amplifying wisdom rather than circumventing the difficult work of moral reasoning and ethical choice. As the seasons turn and Zaun slowly evolves toward greater stability and self-determination, Ekko finds himself contemplating questions about legacy and succession that would have seemed impossibly distant during his early experiments with temporal manipulation. The recognition that his work is part of larger historical processes that extend far beyond individual lifetime creates both humility and purpose. Understanding that meaningful change requires contributions from many people across extended periods of time. The workshop's gentle illumination during these contemplative hours serves as a reminder of continuity amid transformation, the essential elements that persist despite dramatic changes in circumstances and capability. The temporal crystal's steady pulse echoes the rhythm of heartbeats and seasons, the natural cycles that continue regardless of human intervention, or the complex technologies that seek to channel cosmic forces for beneficial purposes. The boy who once dreamed of fixing everything has evolved into a young man who understands that some things should not be fixed, that growth requires struggle and meaning emerges from acceptance of limitation as much as from the exercise of power. Yet this acceptance is not passive resignation but active choice, the wisdom that comes from understanding when intervention serves justice and when restraint honors dignity. In this eternal moment that contains all possibilities while remaining grounded in present reality, Ekko represents something new in Runeterra's long history, a guardian whose greatest strength lies not in the power to impose solutions, but in the wisdom to create space for others to discover their own answers. His story continues not through dramatic interventions or temporal manipulations, but through the quiet daily work of fostering conditions where communities can thrive, individuals can grow, and the future can unfold with justice and hope. As our exploration of Ekko's remarkable journey draws to its close, we can see how one young man's encounter with power beyond imagination led not to corruption or isolation, but to deeper understanding of connection, responsibility, and the profound truth that time's greatest gift is not the ability to change the past, but the wisdom to shape the present with love. As you drift into the peaceful embrace of sleep tonight, perhaps you might reflect, in what ways do your own unique gifts and capabilities create opportunities to empower others, and how might the future remember the choices you make today about how to use whatever forms of power you possess in service of justice, compassion, and the flourishing of all life?